walk the floor, if you can find anybody.
Right.
They know nothing about the product or where anything is. And whenever I go to a store now, I'm just completely appalled by the lack of training they have, the lack of staff that they have, and the stores are just a disaster. You can never find what you want, never can find the size you want. And I find it a complete waste of time to walk into a retail establishment today. The only reason I ever do is because maybe I want to buy something and I want to see an actual representation of it before I order it online, which is probably cheaper and will get shipped to me and wrapped and in better condition than I see on the store shelf.
What about when you go into a store, George, and they say, we don't have it in stock, but we can order it for you? I mean, don't you automatically say, well, I can go home and I can order it and I can get next day delivery and I'll have it in less than 24 hours. Whereas I'll have to wait
one time.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guy was trying to use the computer and he was so slow, and the store was about 100 degrees, and it was winter time, and I have my winter coat on, and I'm just watching this guy, and I'm saying, oh, my God, this is terrible. Please let me out of here, sir, so I can go home, and I'll have it ordered in 5 minutes, and it'll be shipped to my house, or I can pick it up at package pickup, probably cheaper than you can get it to me online here, you know?
You know, one time, George, when I moved back here from North Carolina, back to the state, and I think it was like 1977, I bought some stuff at Lechmere, and I tried to pay for it with a check, but I didn't have my Massachusetts address yet. So they said, you can't pay for it unless you have your name and address. We'll get the money from you when we deliver it. So I said, okay, that's fine. So I said, deliver it to my place in Somerville. So they delivered it to my place in Somerville, George, and they didn't ask me for any money.
So naturally, you volunteered to pay for the product that you got for them, right?
I think I forgot to, Steve. So
I am shocked.
I've always had a soft spot in my heart for Lechmere, George. Because
that's a good discount.
Thank you. Thanks for the call. 1-844-500-4242. That's where Zip Connolly used to meet Whitey and Stevie in the Lechmere parking lot. They had a giant parking lot. And in those days, you'd be closed on Sunday because of the blue laws. So if I ever had to go to if I ever had tickets to a Celtics game on Sunday afternoon, that's where I would always park. And so would everybody else in that giant parking lot, that Lechmere parking lot, which is now, it's now the Cambridge side Galleria Mall. Robert, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Robert.
How you doing, Howie?
Good.
Listen, I pick up trash for a living.
Yeah.
And I pick up trash and recycling.
Yeah.
And the years I've been doing it, I remember a guy who used to pick up your garbage and put it in a pail down the ground. But as I see it, Sears, they have the catalog, and J.C. Penney,
right,
all up there. They started shipping through the U.S. mail. Then they went to UPS. FedEx got involved. You have Amazon.
Yeah.
If you want to buy dog food, you go to Chewy and they ship stuff to you. Because I see all the packaging and these people's recycling and all that.
Yeah.
And Walmart ships, and Stop and Shop will bring you your food and everything. They charge a lot of money for that. And nothing ships for free. You always pay for it. And the reason why the malls were developed, because we had to develop the suburbs. They built the suburbs back in the 60s, the 70s, and 80s. And the high-end people who have money don't want to go shopping. They're spending their money elsewhere for their child care, this, that, and everything. So let me go online and get my lawnmower. But I didn't like that lawnmower. Now it's got to get shipped back. And that company has to take that back and everything like that, or you bring it to the store. Once you get it to your house, you have to bring it back to the store. You can buy a car online if you want.
I think the advantage Sears has, though, still. I guess somebody texted me and said, yeah, you can get a washing machine online, but the Amazon, Jeff Bezos is not going to come to your house and install it and connect it to the water system, So I guess that's the only advantage a place like Sears has now, as opposed to Amazon, right?
Pretty much. When they have the Craftsman tool line there,
yeah,
I'm picking up stuff, and people throw toolboxes away. I'd find Craftsman wrenches and such as that, and socket wrenches and sockets in there. If they were defective, whatever, you can bring any one of those Craftsman tools back and get it replaced for free. No questions asked.
But of course, they've sold that off for $900 million, I think I read, and they get a cut of the Craftsman profits. But obviously, now that they're not being sold by Sears, they'll sell fewer and fewer every year. Thanks for the call, Robert. I order, I order pet food. I couldn't believe it when I first. I used to go to this place in I think Wayland to get the pugs this kind of kibble that it's supposedly low fat for older dogs, that kind of stuff.
So you spend the money for diet kibble and then you bring them home Kowloons and feed them chicken fingers?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's why I drink Diet Coke and then have Ben and Jerry's ice cream for dessert. I mean, you got
it all bounces out in the end.
You got to decide how you want to spend your calories. Whether it's me or the pugs. I help them make their good decisions, nutrition wise. So I just figured, but I was looking around one day on Amazon and I figured I could get a 35-pound bag of dog food delivered to the house free with Amazon Prime. Free. 35 pounds. Can you believe that? And I don't have to drive to Wayland. Why would I ever drive to the pet store again? I don't think the pet store is there anymore because, enough of the customers made the exact same decision I did. Steve, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Howie. Google Sears complaints, and then you'll be able to see why they're going out of business. It is absolutely incredible. Even the service that you just talked about, going out to the house to install a washer or dryer, see how many complaints there are. But my story, I think you'd agree, the online, purchases, it's kind of like the modern-day catalog, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So they can't even get that straight. I went into the Hanover Mall, South Shore Plaza a couple of months ago, to order a toolbox. The Sears tools are pretty good, and I wanted to go to the West Coast. So the guy says to me, I was going to buy it and have it shipped. He said, well, you buy it online, and the shipping is less, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me that you can go into a store, a brick-and-mortar store, and order something online at the store. That doesn't make sense to me. But anyway,
exactly.
So I do it there, and I get the email like later that day or the next day saying, congratulations, it's being shipped. I said, that's pretty good. And then I get another email that says, congratulations, it's being shipped. And I quickly realized that they had ordered two of them, and these weren't cheap. They were like $300 a piece. Ordered two of them and charged my credit card, two of them. To try to undo that, Howie, took I don't know how many hours on the phone. Obviously, their call center is not based in this country. I couldn't understand them. They couldn't understand me. They kept calling me madam, ma'am on the phone. It was a disaster. And finally, it took them 2 months to credit my account, and then they only credited for the main price. They didn't credit it for the shipping or the sales tax or something. And that was another 20 minutes on the phone. That's exhibit A of why they're going out of business. They can't get anything straight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. It's when it rains, it pours. I think everything is conspiring against them. Someone just texted me, said, "Have you seen their cash registers? They're like out of the 1970s." And somebody was just talking about how slow their computers were. And 603 says, I can also order Kennedy Babylon on Amazon and have it delivered to my doorstep. Why go down to Wellesley Books? It's a Wellesley Books because a lot of people like to go in bookstores still. And you can't get it personalized. You can't get it inscribed at Amazon, but you can get it inscribed at Wellesley Books. Just phone them and buy the book, and I'm going down there in a few minutes to inscribe some books that we've sold in the last few days that people want inscribed. That's why. I mean, you can't just have everything online. I mean, we're selling Kennedy Babylon mainly online through Amazon and through HowieCarrshow.com. But some people want to actually go to a store, and some people actually want to get it inscribed, and that's why we're doing it, doing all these signings at Market Basket.
Well, if you're a fast enough reader, you can get the same kind of Lechmere deal that you got. You can just go into the bookstore, read the book, and put it back on the shelf.
You want to have your own personal copy of Kennedy Babylon, and then when you're finished with it, you can put it on the coffee table because it's got all those great pictures, and they're printed on fine coffee table book paper, so you can have a nice memento of Kennedy.
The Howie Carr
century of scandal and depravity. 1-844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
Hi, I'm Kurt Schilling, and I've started to do more television lately, and I've noticed something I never did before. I've worn a hat almost every day of my adult life, and I recently started to notice the hair on the front of my head was receding. Not a big deal, But seeing it on TV, it looked terrible. Over the years, I've heard about DiStefano hair restoration. You know, the guys who pioneered the individual graft technique, or IGT. So I was talking to Howie Carr, who was raving about his experience there, and he told me how easy it was. And the best part is you're in and out in one day. Seems simple. So I decided to give it a shot. I had it done by Dr. Chris Hines, who's been doing hair transplants at the DiStefano Hair Restoration Center for 5 years. Dr. Hines and his team were amazing. So far, so good, and I can't wait to see my new hair growing in. Guys, don't procrastinate like I did. Call the DiStefano Hair Restoration for your free consultation. Financing is available with payments as low as $119. Just call 800-858-HAIR to learn more. That's 800-858-HAIR. Call 800-858-HAIR or visit hairman.com.
The Subaru of New England Washington's birthday sales event lasts all month long. Pack your bags. It's time to embark on a new adventure in a brand new 2017 Subaru Outback for only $25,645. With incredible fuel efficiency, the Outback's gas tank is prepared for miles of endless fun. The Outback is equipped with state-of-the-art technology. It's never been easier to stay connected while you're out on the road. Get behind the wheel of the 2017 Subaru Outback for only $25,645 with 0% financing for up to 48 months or lease for $249 per month for 36 months with $1749 due at signing. For complete details and a list of Subaru retailers, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com and feel the freedom.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I don't want this evening without saying something nice about my opponent. Hillary's been in Washington a long time. She knows a lot about how government works. And according to her sworn testimony, Hillary has forgotten more things than most of us will ever know. That I can tell you. Now, if some of you haven't noticed, Hillary isn't laughing as much as the rest of us. That's because she knows the jokes. And all of the jokes were given to her in advance of the dinner by Donna Brazile. Here she is tonight in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Grace Curley is giving you her take on the news of the day. Read Grace's latest column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
978 says the biggest problem with Amazon is you can't shoplift there. I never thought of it that way. Ha, 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 ha. People are saying that they go to their Sears and the recurring description of all these different Sears that are being texted in, ghost town. Yeah. I've noticed that the last time I was in there, it was like a ghost town. Here's what 617 breaks my heart to see Sears go under, as I have fond memories of going there as a boy with my father, but I completely understand it, as I myself stopped going there due to the lack of customer service. Then another guy says he goes to the local hardware store because when he needs help with somebody, he's got to have somebody there who knows what they're doing. Actually, that's where I go. I go to the local hardware store too. I can buy things there. I just ask them. I just hand, like a little bulb, even something really minor, like a light bulb, one of those. I just hand them, like, I'll have 2 or 3 different kinds. I just hand it to them. They bring it to me. I don't have to, go around. Is this 60 or is the 40 going to fit in the 60-watt outlet? They know. So that's where I go. I mean, they cost a little more, but it's worth it. I don't have to bring anything back. 1-844-500-4242. Aaron, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Aaron.
Hi, Howie. I'm so
Hi.
glad you're back. I missed you last week. I used to work for Sears selling HVAC, if you can believe it.
Really?
And although I caught on very quickly because I'm selling, and a lot of these people that call Sears are old people who have credit cards and they can finance and put, the new windows in on their credit card and their, promised customer service and warranties and all this stuff. And same with the HVAC, whether it's a boiler, air conditioning, whatever.
Yeah.
And nothing would get installed. Nothing. I mean, nothing. And I go to my boss and say, why isn't this scheduled? This person literally in the winter, old lady on the Cape, has no heat. You promised me it would get done. And it just inevitably would not get scheduled and not get installed. And what they would do to the sales force, just so you know, because it was the nastiest situation I was ever in, is they'd pay your commissions as soon as you signed the contract.
Yeah.
Before the product was installed. So they're paying out these commissions, counting the sales on their tally sheet and competing with different districts across the country and calling them sales, even though they haven't been installed or paid for, paying out a commission. And then ultimately when the customer 3-4 months down the line finally gets it canceled because nobody has bothered to install this system, they would want you to pay the commission back. It was disgusting, and people became like indentured servants. And then you're going out and lying to people.
You owe your soul to the company store, as the old song goes.
It was nasty, and I caught on early enough to put my foot down and get the heck out of it.
Aaron, then why if you got commissions? The guy said earlier that that somebody told him to, when he went to the Sears, they said go home and order online. I mean that cost him a commission, right? Or have they changed the system? Or some people are on commission and some people aren't.
I was the home services, so I was selling big products for homeowners to add to their houses: HVAC, windows, roof, vinyl siding, all that stuff. So big ticket items that people would turn to Sears because they could put it on their credit card, on their Sears credit card, and get financing, warranties, and all this
Sears
stuff.
credit cards,
would not
wow!
Get installed.
30 years ago, Aaron, everybody had a Sears credit card. I can't even. I hadn't even thought about it for the last 30 years. Thanks for the call, Aaron. Bob, quickly, Bob, you're next with Howie Carr.
Howie, perfect segue. I had a problem with a refrigerator freezer. And I don't know what part of the world I was talking to, and the lady, it was August, and the lady tells me, well, we'll have somebody out next week. I said, I need somebody here today or tomorrow. We can't help you, sir. This is Sears, right?
Yeah. They Bob, the way things are going, and they won't be able to help you ever again, it looks like. Looks like they're on their last legs. Thanks for the call, Bob. A lot of satisfied customers out there. Good word of mouth. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top-quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
The Howie Carr Show continues next. We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
It's great to be here with 1,000 wonderful people, or as I call it, a small, intimate dinner with some friends. Or as Hillary calls it, her largest crowd of the season. I have no doubt that Hillary is going to laugh quite a bit tonight, sometimes even at an appropriate moment. You know, last night I called Hillary a nasty woman. But this stuff is all relative. After listening to Hillary rattle on and on and on, I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Begin tonight with the CNN exclusive. CNN has learned new details of the FBI investigation into potential links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government.
Very fake news.
Live from an undisclosed location.
A Long Island man is due in court for a double stabbing and sexual assault. Police arrested Tommy Alvarado Ventura yesterday in Hempstead. They say he beat up and stabbed a woman in a bar parking lot after an argument over drugs. He fled to his house, and when police got there, his girlfriend confronted him about sexually assaulting her 2-year-old daughter. During that confrontation, police say he stabbed his girlfriend.
He's a good boy, a very good boy.
Unchained and unstoppable.
His only history is violating his status and returning to this country. He escaped violence in Honduras, just the same way that my great-grandmother escaped violence and persecution in Austria, and we welcome him here. Immigrants built the fabric of this country, and Baltimore is a place that will continue to welcome them.
You know, it's pretty unbelievable that you would compare ICE, federal immigration authorities, to the Nazis.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
Yeah, this is a stunning and bizarre twist that hopefully brings to the end what has been a series of scares at Jewish community centers and other Jewish locations across this country and, frankly, around the globe. The FBI now confirms to NBC News that an 18-year-old dual U.S.-Israeli citizen living in Israel is suspected of being the individual, perhaps the only individual, behind those threats.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Good afternoon. I am Howie Carr, and this is the Howie Carr Show. 1-844-500-4244. 1 844-500-4242. That is the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show if you would like to join us here either today or every weekday afternoon. There's so much news again today. We don't know what the status is with the health care repeal bill, Obamacare light, RhinoCare, whatever you want to call it. Ryan is going to have a press conference shortly, supposedly. One would assume that he wouldn't have a press conference unless he was planning to announce that they were going to have a vote, and one would assume that he wasn't going to announce they were going to have a vote unless they had the votes. But we don't know that for a fact, so we're just going to have to stand by and wait to see what happens here. And I think that even if it's passed in the House, it's going to be difficult to get it through the Senate. There are already a number of people in the Republicans have a very narrow majority in the Senate, as you know. I think it's 52-48, and several of the Republicans have already announced in the Senate that they're not going to vote for the Obamacare light. And so it faces a very uncertain future, shall we say. And there are other stories too. They've identified the Kent man. They are now calling him a Kent man. He is they called him an Asian man yesterday. Asian? What was he, a Hindu or was he a Buddhist? Those are the predominant religions in Asia, aren't they? He wasn't a Hindu? Nor a Buddhist? Then what could he have put? Shinto? No? Really? Yeah, he was a Kent man, and you know that. And turns out when an American was killed, I was the American that was thrown over the wall down 25 feet onto a concrete abutment over the river, and killed instantly. It's a sad story, as Mark Stein was just saying, filling in for Rush, and there's pictures of him in the Daily Mail. He's he's a musician. I think he's like 45 years old from the West Coast. He was celebrating his 25th wedding anniversaries. They got a picture of him holding up a beer from one of these craft breweries, and then in the background you see his kitchen, and he uses the same kind of dish detergent that we have in here. It's very sad, that this would happen. His wife is in the hospital. She was grievously injured by this Muslim savage, and the mayor of London, the first Muslim mayor of London, had the audacity to say that this is just to be expected of living in a modern metropolis. Really. When Jack the Ripper was running amok in London, was everybody saying it's just to be expected? You're going to have a serial killer out there murdering prostitutes in the red light districts. I don't think so. I think they were looking for him. I think they were trying to do something about this. It's just amazing that you're supposed to just accept this. That somehow this is these are the poisoned fruits of multiculturalism. Muslims on rampages killing innocent people for no reason other than supposedly for Allah, but who knows? Anyway, as you know, we have my Kennedy Babylon tour is all over New England. We've just added a new Kennedy Babylon show in the Springfield area. It's happening at the East Mountain Country Club in Westfield, Mass. on Friday, June 9th. That's a great place for it. I know that place. I've done times there before. The East Mountain Country Club in Westfield on Friday, June 9th. You can get tickets to this Kennedy Babylon show and all the other Kennedy Babylon shows at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon. And by the way, I have a podcast up now. I did it with Kurt Minahan from WEEI. It's at weei.com. We have a link on the website. You can just link to it. It's an hour, me talking for an hour, being interviewed by Kirk Minahan about Kennedy Babylon. And I think you'll enjoy it if you check it out.
By the way, Howie, Politico is now reporting that Speaker Ryan's press conference has been postponed.
Well, there's only one possible conclusion one can draw from that. He does not have the votes. And as long as the press conference is postponed, I think we can safely say that there is not going to be a vote tonight, because you'd have to be out of your mind to schedule a vote if you don't have the votes to win it. And I can't believe the mainstream media is not reporting this, but it's not fake news. I think they're just out of practice, because for the last 8 years, there haven't been any pivotal votes because Obama didn't believe in democracy. He didn't believe in the Constitution. It was just a scrap of paper, or a piece of paper, as he called it. So, he did no negotiations. There were no, cliffhanger votes. He would just, if he had a problem, he would just issue an executive order, and nobody would dare say anything lest they be called a racist. And so we're reverting to a more normal path of American civic governance here. And hacks like Jake Tapper and Maynard G. Todd, being the Democrat stooges that they are, they have no idea how to cover this. But anyway, there is other news here today, and we'll stay on this the health care bill as time goes on. But there's other news here today. There's been this wave of threats that have been made to Jewish centers, Jewish community centers, and that sort of thing in all over the world, actually. And,
didn't it start happening right when Trump got elected?
Right when Trump got elected. I'm holding in my hand a story here from late February, from the New York Times. And God knows the New York Times is always right, and they never print fake news.
Very fake news.
No, they print very fake news, but they never print fake news. Here's some more fake news. I'm holding it up for the Howie Cam. Threats and vandalism leave American Jews on edge in Trump era. What conclusion can one possibly draw? Could one not draw from that headline? Threats and vandalism leave American Jews on edge in Trump era. The calls have stoked fears that a virulent anti-Semitism has increasingly taken hold in the early days of the Trump administration. Okay? I mean, who could possibly be responsible for this? This virulent anti-Semitism that has increasingly taken hold in the early days of the Trump administration. What conclusions are we to draw from this?
Got to be David Duke and his cronies, right?
Right. Probably Manafort. And Jared Kushner, that well-known anti-Semite. Oh, that's right. He's Orthodox Jewish. He's Trump's son-in-law. Well, there's nothing worse than a self-hating Jew, right? Or a self-hating Irishman, or a self-hating gay. Right? Right? Well, last week or 2 weeks ago, there was an arrest. The first arrest was made in the era of threats and vandalism, putting Jews on edge in the Trump era. That was a black Muslim Bernie Sanders supporter who had been fired from a alt-left fake news blog for plagiarizing. I mean, how much plagiarizing and making up news do you have to do to get fired from an alt-left fake news blog? That was the first guy that got arrested for phoning in threats to the Jewish community centers in the age of Trump. Now the second arrest has been made today. And apparently they say that this guy could be responsible for almost all of them, that the black Muslim Bernie supporter wasn't responsible for. You know who this guy is? He is a Jewish teenager living in Israel with dual Israeli-American citizenship.
If he's a dual citizen, he could have technically been a Trump voter, right? Do we know if he got an absentee ballot?
Do we know if he's 18? He has a pretty good grasp on the internet because he came up with all these fake addresses and IPs and all that kind of stuff. So these are the Trump support. These are the quote unquote Trump supporters who were responsible for this epidemic of anti-Semitic harassment and vandalism that was made the front page of the New York Times in the Trump era. In the early days of the Trump administration, this virulent anti-Semitism being perpetrated, one would be led to believe by the New York Times headlines and the stories. Oddly, now it turns out that that this New York Times story and all the other stories that were picked up based on the New York Times fake news, they were all fake news, or should I say
very fake news.
Very fake news. And when Donald Trump suggested that perhaps this would be the case, they were angered. Here's one from Matthew Chapman. This is a tweet from somebody named Matthew Chapman. Never heard of him, but Steve came up with this. Let's be clear. We now have a president who blamed bomb threats against the Jewish community centers on the Jews. Well, correction. Some of them were phoned in by a black Muslim. Most of them were phoned in by an Israeli U.S. teenager with dual citizenship. Okay? That's your fake news update of the day. Well, it's for the first segment. We've got more fake news ahead here because it's
fake, phony, fake.
It's 2017. That's what we talk about is fake news. 1-844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
I keep my personal gun collection in my Liberty safe, and I love knowing that no one can get to these guns but me. These safes are amazing.
And everything I have is totally and completely safe thanks to Liberty safes.
They're number one for a reason. They survive the dynamite blast. They drop them from 200 feet. The Liberty safes survive. They are picked up by a tornado and thrown a block and a half away. And they're still closed, and the stuff inside is still intact. They've been in house fires where everything is burned down, and yet the documents still remain inside. They're amazing.
So when you get a Liberty safe, honestly, you'll be like, I just want to go out in the garage or I want to go to the basement and I just want to sit with it for a while.
Oh, I just open and close it all the time because I think I'm cool.
They are unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're unlike any other safe you've ever seen.
They really understand how to get out the message, and it doesn't hurt that they make a really great product. So thanks, Liberty Safe. It's always fun working with you.
Believe what's made in New Hampshire. Visit the New Hampshire Try It and Buy It Expo in Manchester. For details, visit eventsnh.com.
And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Some of the hats were crocheted, you ignorant Republican. It's pronounced creme de la creme, you stupid Republican. He's 12 years older than me. I wish you'd learn how to speak English. He's 12 years older than I, because you would say he's 12 years older than I am. You wouldn't say he's 12 years older than me am. I wish you would learn English. Go to Mexico, learn English, then climb over this wall that's not going to be built and paid for. Bye. Have you tried the Donald Trump sandwich yet? It's bologna with Russian dressing, a tiny pickle on white. Do you really think everyone of voting age has a driver's license? That shows what an idiot you are. Do you think somebody 97 who wants to vote has a driver's license? You're an idiot. You're the biggest idiot.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lawrence Carr, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Howie is saving you 50% off your favorite products and services. Howie's Cheap Bastard Deal. Thursdays at 3:30. Get to HowieCarrshow.com. Click deals. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Is Kent Man a member of the Church of England? Has the Archbishop of Canterbury issued a statement of condolences to the victims? No, I thought not. Today's poll question is brought to you by Old New England Soap, made with 37% goat's milk, almost twice as much as others. Old New England Soap will give you a rich, foamy lather that is good for your skin and contains no chemicals or alcohol. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. Old New England Soap, proudly made in Wolfboro, New Hampshire. Steve, what is the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Does Representative Adam Schiff have non-circumstantial evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia?
That's what he says. I ain't buying it. It's more fake news.
Just 6% are buying it.
You know, again, we need to get the sound from the 80s commercial, Where's the Beef? The Wendy's commercial. We just need to have that. So whenever they're making these outlandish claims that they have this information and that this investigation is going to bring Trump down, we got to just play that cut. Where's the beef? Where's the beef? 1-844-500-4242. Scott, you're next with Howie Carr in the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Scott.
Yes, thank you for taking my call, Mr. Carr. I have to take exception to what you said. Anti-Semitism is not fake news. Anti-Semitism is real and here to stay. Look,
it's fake news. It's fake news. Okay, yeah, I know. This guy hates. Yeah, I know that voice. Thanks for the call, Patrice. You're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Patrice.
Hey, Howie, like your program.
Thank you.
This is a great subject. The fake news is everywhere, and I just hope that these terrible attacks that take place will eventually penetrate all my poor friends, who it's very hard to spend time with them because they're so blind. And I love them, but geez, if people don't wake up soon, it's going to be hard to fix.
I know, Patrice. What's the old saying? There is no one so blind as he who will not see. Right? I mean, if you look away from what's happening, you could never fix the problem until the problem eventually destroys you.
In the New York Times article you referenced, the Trump era insertion is, to me, like a call to incitement to violence. And
They had no proof. They had no proof whatsoever, because there was no proof that any of these calls, threatening the community centers had anything to do with Trump supporters. And now it turns out they in fact didn't. They were not Trump supporters, and most likely we know that the black Muslim was not a Trump supporter. He was for Bernie. And the other guy, I don't know if he had any political connection or not, or he's just mentally deranged, but it had nothing to do with Donald Trump. But the New York Times just printed it, knowing that they had no facts to back it up.
Where's the beef?
There it is. Hey, New York Times, I have a question for you. We'll let it re-queue again. Hold on.
Where's the beef?
Where's the beef, Patrice? Where's the beef?
Well, and one final little dot. When Obama talked about the Constitution being a piece of paper, to me, that the audacity of him saying that tells me that he's saying to us, put up or shut up. And we better, stop talking and hopefully somebody start doing something. Just voting, we got the people, we got to get it done.
Yeah.
We got all the people in there in the right places.
We put up on November 8th, Patrice. We put up, and now it's their turn to get the job done for us. Here's Obama talking about the piece of paper.
I believe in the Second Amendment. It's there written on the paper.
It's there written on the paper.
Paper?
The paper. It's written on the paper. Thanks for the call, Patrice. 1-844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event, but the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy
healthy, comfortable home.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I don't want this evening without saying something nice about my opponent. Hillary's been in Washington a long time. She knows a lot about how government works. And according to her sworn testimony, Hillary has forgotten more things than most of us will ever know. That I can tell you. Now, if some of you haven't noticed, Hillary isn't laughing as much as the rest of us. That's because she knows the jokes. And all of the jokes were given to her in advance of the dinner by Donna Brazile. Here she is tonight in public, pretending not to hate Catholics.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Four 500-4242. This is the Howie Carr Show.
1-844-500-4242. Now, various media outlets are reporting there will be no vote in the House today on the repeal of Obamacare. So obviously they don't have the votes to do it, and we'll see what happens later on. We'll have Dr. Warner on with us later on. Peter Warner, he's the healthcare professional, the neurologist who appears on the show talking about healthcare issues, including Obamacare. So we'll be getting his take on this a little bit later in the show. But right now, it's time for our weekly Cheap Bastards deal.
It's Howie Carr's Cheap Bastard Deal.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds too good to be true.
Oh, no, it's real, and it's a steal.
You know there's plenty more when you shop at Howie's store for another Howie Carr Cheap Bastard Deal.
Howie Carr, the cheapest bastard around.
All right. Today's Cheap Bastard Deal is 50% off an adjustable work desk. Go to HowieCarrShow.com and click deals to find out about the adjustable work desk. Brian is here with us from Life Desk. And thanks for being here, Brian. They say sitting is the new smoking. Is it really bad for someone to be sitting at their desk all day long?
It is all day, Howie. They've shown that it links to high blood pressure and cardiovascular disease, even depression, and certainly obesity too. So
you have a solution to with Life Desk, right? What is the solution?
We do. It's a base that we slide right underneath your existing work surface, and with a simple push-button electric control, you're able to stand and sit and stand all day long. So
you can make a decision whether you're going to sit or stand at your desk.
Exactly.
If you get tired of standing, you can sit down, and then if you want to get some circulation into your lower extremities, you can stand up for a while.
Absolutely, that's the way to do it too. We don't recommend standing all day either.
Well, how is one of your Life Desks different from what someone could buy online or at a store?
So mainly the quality. It lifts more weight than anybody else's. It actually goes really low and much higher, so low enough for someone sitting that's 4'10" and 10 inches tall, and it also goes high enough for someone standing who's 6'7" inches tall.
That's just exactly what I was thinking. Robert B. Reich could use it while he's sending out those phony tweets that he sends out all the time. So now, where are Life Desks made?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Manchester. So they're made in the USA, made in the Granite State.
Yep.
Live free or die.
That's what we're doing.
And you can install the Life Desk system using someone's existing desktop, right? So if you've got a desk now, you can install the Life Desk right on top of it?
It goes right underneath it, actually. So, yeah, there's no reason to throw out with the furniture that you already paid for. We put it right underneath your office furniture dealer. Will put it right underneath your existing kind of cubicle work surface or your desktop in your private office, and all of a sudden
So
you're
can
up
you
and down.
install it yourself, or do you need someone to install it? How does it work?
We sell through office furniture dealers. So, and you pick your favorite furniture dealer, and then they'll sell it to you and install it.
But we're selling them off of our website directly, right? So how do they get it installed then?
So we can ship it to you, and you can do it with your own screwdriver.
Okay.
It can be done. Yep.
Whatever you want to do. Okay.
Yep.
So right now we have 10 life desks available at half price at HowieCarrShow.com. So click deals if you want to check out the life desk. You can read up on it before you make your decision, obviously. If someone gets one of these deals, what exactly will they get, Scott? Or Brian, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So for this deal, we're offering our one leg life desk, and it's perfect for it's a nice small kind of personal sized desk for your home office. Good small scale fit, but big enough to get all your work done and get your computer on there and everything too.
Okay, and we have a link on our website too if you want to read up on it and the advantages of it, that kind of thing. Is the mailroom manager here? Where is she? Come on in. Okay,
I'm right here. I'm going to stay outside.
So, mailroom manager, you have a life desk, do you not?
Yes, I do. I had severe neck pain. I thought it was you, but I guess not because I love it, and my neck pain is gone. It's really fantastic.
So you stand up now in the office when you're in here sometimes.
Yes, I stand up and I have you sit down, and now I'm taller than you. It's a wonderful thing.
So you're happy with it. You're happy, and you recommend it highly. The life desk. All right. Okay. Thank you, mailroom manager. All right, Brian. So again, if you want to check out the life desk, you get 50% off. We have 10 of them. It's an adjustable work desk. It enables you to stand up or sit down, whatever you want to do while you're working or doing your hobby. Or as long as you're sitting, you could sit or stand at your desk, whatever you're doing with the life desk. So go to HowieCarrShow.com and click on deals to find out about the life desk, and we have a 50% off on 10 adjustable work desks. Thank you for being with us, Brian. We appreciate it. And again, thanks for taking care of the mailroom manager. She's very pleased with it. I know she is.
We thank you, too.
Thanks a lot. 1-844-500-4242. That is the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show if you'd like to join us. And we'll be right back. We'll take a break, and then we'll be back with some more CNN fake news. We got this is the fake news hour. So call us in if you want to talk about fake news. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
I keep my personal gun collection in my Liberty safe, and I love knowing that no one can get to these guns but me. These safes are amazing.
And everything I have is totally and completely safe thanks to Liberty safes.
They're number one for a reason. They survive the dynamite blast. They drop them from 200 feet. The Liberty safes survive. They are picked up by a tornado and thrown a block and a half away. And they're still closed, and the stuff inside is still intact. They've been in house fires where everything is burned down, and yet the documents still remain inside. They're amazing.
So when you get a Liberty safe, honestly, you'll be like, I just want to go out in the garage, or I want to go to the basement, and I just want to sit with it for a while.
Oh, I just open and close it all the time because I think I'm cool.
They are unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're unlike any other safe you've ever seen.
They really understand how to get out the message, and it doesn't hurt that they make a really great product. So thanks, Liberty Safe. It's always fun working with you.
Away with a hot water pressure washer from Maine Oxy with stores throughout New England. For industrial gas, for specialty gas, call Maine Oxy.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is... The truth is, I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. I'd like to address an important religious matter, the issue of going to confession, or as Hillary calls it, the 4th of July weekend with FBI Director Comey.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Want more Howie Carr? Listen 24/7 online at HowieCarrShow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
1-844-500-4242. Anderson Cooper went all Rachel Maddow last night. They do have some things in common, of course, but he came in with some fake news, too, last night. Kind of like the income tax returns last night. This is the lead on the story here. So Devin Nunes comes out last night, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Republican from California, and he says that that the Trump aides and maybe even Trump himself were surveilled or wiretapped or bugged or whatever word you want to use. Let's say they kept tabs on him, electronic tabs. That's probably the most general way to describe it. The Obama administration kept tabs on him. Perhaps before the election, but certainly after the election in the transition period. And so obviously the deep state, the swamp operatives decided they had to come back because this was devastating news to them that Comey had been lying. Although, it's not exactly like this was totally a bombshell, what Nunes said. I mean, maybe the fact that he said it, but we all suspected that this was what was going on. I mean, how else could Clapper and Morell, who's a former twice acting head of the CIA, was going to be the permanent head of the CIA if Hillary had been elected? They all said there was nothing there. How could they know there was nothing there unless they'd checked, unless they had some information? But anyway, so they came up with this last night to blunt the force of Nunes's revelations yesterday afternoon, the deep state. This is CNN. Listen to how many caveats and weasel words there are in this lead to the story from CNN. The FBI has information that indicates associates of President Donald Trump, not President Donald Trump, not campaign officials, not aides, associates, communicated with suspected Russian operatives.
I mean, couldn't an associate be someone who just rents a space in Trump Tower or in a Trump property in Chile?
Right. We know they were we know they were surveilling Trump Tower because they busted up a Russian organized crime ring that was operating out of Trump Towers 3 stories below where he lives in 2013. They were the Russian gangsters were renting space from him. Okay. The FBI has information that indicates associates of President Trump communicated with suspected Russian operatives to possibly coordinate. And forget the fact they split the infinitive. That's a grammatical error right in and of itself. Possibly to coordinate. The release of information damaging. I mean, what kind of story is this? Indicate associates suspected possibly? There's not there.
Very fake news.
And what's the recurring question here? Where's the beef? Where's the beef? Brian, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. Hi, Howie.
Hi.
I'm actually looking for some clarification on what fake news is. I was under the impression that fake news was, during the election, there was Pizzagate. You mentioned some left-leaning site today. And I'm just wondering, where can I get news, real news?
I think you just have to, consider the source of everything. I mean, if fake news can come out of anywhere, but I mean, obviously, the New York Times was taking information that these calls had been made to these Jewish community centers, and they just decided to blame it on Donald Trump. So that's where it became fake news. I mean, it was real news that these threats were being made, but when they blamed it on Trump, that's when it became fake news.
Okay. All right. So I just got to sort of discern where I can get my news based on my opinions?
No.
I just got to. That's what fake news seems like. It seems like if you don't agree with it, it's fake news. If you agree with it, it's real news.
Well, no. Did you just hear what I read from CNN, their report last night?
You could give me 1,000 different examples. Absolutely. Yeah. You could give me anecdotal things left and right. I understand that. You definitely know more about these issues than I do. I'm actually just trying to figure out where can I go to get unbiased news. It doesn't exist. It's almost like it's saying the press is dead.
Well, there's no such thing as objective news. But I mean, because nobody can totally strain out their biases or their prejudices or their preconceived notions, but you can at least try to do it. Whereas this story with CNN, I mean, the CNN story is closer to being fake news than the New York Times. The New York Times is just putting a fake spin on their story about the calls to the Jewish community centers, whereas the CNN is just this is like the Golden Showers dossier. Where they take where they take they take this information from this guy who's making money out of concocting this stuff out of whole cloth, and then when he's called on it, this British secret agent, or alleged secret agent, or former secret agent, when he was called on it, Morell said this in various interviews. He said he went to they went to this British agent, Steele, it was his name, and they said, where did you get this stuff? Did you get this stuff directly about the Golden Showers and about this guy named Cohen who works for Trump, who turned out it wasn't the right guy that went to Prague to meet with the Russians? And he said, no, I was meeting with, I got it from intermediaries, quote unquote. So he got it from intermediaries. This is what they call in a court of law hearsay evidence. And it's not admissible in a court of law because it's hearsay. And then they said, how did you hook up with the intermediaries? I paid them. Oh, you paid them to get hearsay. There's some fake news for you, Brian. Thanks for the call. Margie, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Margie.
Excellent. Thank you, Howie. You're great. I just want to say thank you for keeping us abreast of what's really going on out there. And when we talk about fake news, sometimes I have a sense that I want to follow where the wallet is attached to the fake news, because I do believe that somebody is the driving force behind a lot of those entities. Because what happened to the rules about sensationalism? Where did those all go?
Well, there are no real rules. I mean, it is the First Amendment. You can print whatever you want, really, and I understand that, and I wouldn't want to have it any other way. But again, caveat emptor: let the buyer beware. You know, you got to know what you're dealing with here. Like, you want another fake news story here? The Associated Press on Monday released a news-making story with a glaring headline claiming, quote, "Most young people don't see Trump as a legitimate leader." Do you know who financed that poll?
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. Yeah,
George Soros. George Soros financed that poll. Yeah, and the poll, again, it was sponsored by some group called the Black Youth Project. Those taking part in the poll included 516 blacks, 504 Latinos, 277 Asians, and 505 whites. So that's a very, that doesn't seem like it's quite reflective of the whole U.S. population, does it? Even before you put in the fact that the numbers were compiled by George Soros's hirelings, but the AP put it out just as if it were real news.
Right, and that's disturbing to me in itself. So I'm having the same problem in my head that the last gentleman was talking about. Where do you go? Where do you go to really find out? I mean, we enjoy your program. I do believe that you definitely have brought to light quite a lot of things.
Thank you, Margie.
That's been great.
Margie, you know what I always say. You can trust me. I'm not like the others. Thanks for the call, Margie. Day. This is how Anderson Cooper broke this incredible, very fake news last night about the Trump associates may have coordinated with the Russians to possibly do something that, well, it could have been bad, maybe, perhaps, possibly.
Begin tonight with the CNN exclusive. CNN has learned new details of the FBI investigation into potential links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government. CNN's Pamela Brown and Evan Perez join us now. They broke the story along with our justice reporter, Shimon Prokupez. Pam, first, what do you learn?
Well, Anderson, the FBI has information that indicates associates of President Donald Trump communicated with suspected Russian operatives to possibly coordinate the release of information damaging to Hillary Clinton's campaign, U.S. officials told us. FBI Director James Comey made his bombshell announcement, you'll recall, Monday before Congress that the FBI is investigating the Trump campaign's ties to Russia. So the FBI is now reviewing this information, which includes human intelligence, travel, business, and phone records, as well as accounts of in-person meetings, according to the officials we've spoken with.
Crap we just made up.
You notice, too, how none of the reporters affiliated with that Golden Showers report were tasked for this one?
Yeah, you mean like Bernstein, whose son, Jacob Bernstein, called Melania Trump a hooker? Or Jake Tapper, who used to work for Chelsea Clinton's mother-in-law, whose husband went to the can for millions of dollars in mail fraud. Those respected journalists, those crack scribes. Mike, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Howie, an interesting thing about that interview, they had the guy Perez who was relating the story.
Yeah.
He spilled the beans on who his source was. He said his source was FBI investigators. So how many are investigating that? It's probably less than 10. So if they want to plug the leaks, they can go there. But my other point, though, is Trump's about the second president to take on the intelligence community. The first one was JFK.
I knew that's where you were going. As soon as you started that sentence, Mike, I knew where you were going with that.
Exactly. And this might explain the crazy tweets he did and the stuff Nunes did yesterday, which was, hey, that's an insurance policy. They got to get this stuff out in the public eye so that nothing can be done, some wet work project won't go on.
I'm just saying, I don't know about wet work projects, Mike, but, I tweeted out yesterday that Comey is looking more and more like J. Edgar Hoover without the dress. And I stand by that. Thanks for the call, Mike. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
She got kicked off the Watergate Commission. How corrupt do you have to be to get kicked off the Watergate Commission? Everyone knows, of course, Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them. I wasn't really sure if Hillary was going to be here tonight, because I guess you didn't send her invitation by email. Or maybe you did, and she just found out about it through the wonder of WikiLeaks.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon. Howie Carr Show continues next. And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. Then Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague. It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. Sure. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect. Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically, Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Begin tonight with the CNN exclusive. CNN has learned new details of the FBI investigation into potential links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government.
Very fake news.
Live from an undisclosed location.
A Long Island man is due in court for a double stabbing and sexual assault. Police arrested Tommy Alvarado Ventura yesterday in Hempstead. They say he beat up and stabbed a woman in a bar parking lot after an argument over drugs. He fled to his house, and when police got there, his girlfriend confronted him about sexually assaulting her 2-year-old daughter. During that confrontation, police say he stabbed his girlfriend.
He's a good boy, a very good boy.
Unchained and unstoppable.
His only history is violating his status and returning to this country. He escaped violence in Honduras, just the same way that my great-grandmother escaped violence and persecution in Austria, and we welcome him here. Immigrants built the fabric of this country, and Baltimore is a place that will continue to welcome them.
You know, it's pretty unbelievable that you would compare ICE, federal immigration authorities, to the Nazis.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
Yeah, this is a stunning and bizarre twist that hopefully brings to the end what has been a series of scares at Jewish community centers at other Jewish locations across this country and, frankly, around the globe. The FBI now confirms to NBC News that an 18-year-old dual U.S.-Israeli citizen living in Israel is suspected of being the individual, perhaps the only individual, behind those threats.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
1-844-500-4242. That is the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show. That's also the number if you want to leave a recorded voicemail message on our system. We call it the Chump Line. We may or may not play your message if you leave one in the next hour of our radio show. And this is a good day to get on the Chump Line. Somebody got a bad ice cube last night and left about 1 million messages, and you know the way that works. So we have a few openings on the Chump Line. So 844-500-4242. A lot of fake news out there today. Fake news on CNN about how the associates of Donald Trump may have possibly, perhaps, maybe been involved with some suspected Russian operatives to do, something, maybe, who knows? Who knows? All the people from the Golden Showers dossier, though, they've all been replaced by new useful idiots on CNN. And then we have fake news about the AP poll that shows that millennials don't like Donald Trump and don't consider him legitimate. That's a very fake news poll from George Soros. Oh, okay. We believe that. All right. We're also going to talk about the health care bill today. The Obamacare repeal has been postponed, if you hadn't heard that already. And I think they thought they had the votes. They thought they had it nailed down pretty obviously. Speaker Ryan was going to hold a press conference, and that was going to be a victory lap, and he was going to announce he had the votes. The press conference was canceled. The vote is off for today. It may take place tomorrow if they get the votes. And they were a little too confident. About 11 minutes before the vote for today on RhinoCare was canceled for the day, Sean Spicer, Donald Trump's press secretary, said this.
Is there any sort of plan if the bill does not pass tonight? What is the plan? No, it's going to pass, so that's it.
It's going to pass, so that's it. Never say never. You know, never let your mouth write a check that your rear end can't cash. I mean, I just hung in my office today the day after the Super Bowl headline from the first edition of the Boston Globe, A Bitter End. You know, they wrote that headline that when they thought the Patriots were going to lose, and now it will live in newspaper infamy forever. And that was a bad thing that an unfortunate thing, I should say, that Sean Spicer said today at the White House. It will pass. Because it's not going to pass. Not tonight anyway. So they're still going to have to keep working at it. 1-844-500-4242. A lot of people want to talk about a lot of things. At the bottom of the hour, we'll be talking to Dr. Peter Warner. He's a neurologist here in Massachusetts, and he's an expert on Obamacare and the American healthcare system. We'll be talking to him about his thoughts on what's going on here. 1-844-500-4242. Pat, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, hey, Howie, I'm trying to figure this out. Why is this big thing with Trump and Russia when Hillary Clinton was the person okayed the sale of that company to Russian interests that gave them 30% of
20%,
control
yeah.
of the world's 20% of the world's uranium supply? Why isn't that being investigated? Why isn't it being investigated the money that went in the Clinton Foundation after that happened?
$100 million in Russian funds. And Bill Clinton himself
talking about Trump.
Took $1 million directly from the Russians for two quote-unquote speeches in Moscow. Yeah, you're right. And how about the Podesta brothers, Pat? We haven't even gotten into that. The Podesta brothers have had all kinds of dealings as lobbyists for Russian interests. They always talk about Trump and Manafort and the oligarchs. How about the Podestas? How about the Clintons? You're absolutely right, Pat. Where is Adam Schiff on this?
Yeah, and it's like, you know what it's like? It's like having a little brother that does something, and when you get home, you get slapped for doing it. That's sort of like what I see pictured right here. John Podesta got $175,000 in a shady deal there, didn't he? I read something about that.
Right, he did. And then there was more fake news yesterday. Paul Manafort got all this money from this Ukrainian oligarch. The exact same story ran 11 months ago, Pat. The exact same story. The AP reprints it and calls it an exclusive. It's ridiculous.
I know. I get the news feeds from MSNBC on my phone, and I'll tell you, I want to sling my phone like a mile every time I see it. It's never ending. It's more nonsense, one thing right after another. It doesn't stop.
I know. I know. It's just whenever you see, you got to. Somebody called the last hour and said, "How do you know when it's fake news?" I mean, you just have to read it carefully. I know everybody's got a million other things on their mind, but before you come to a conclusion, I mean, look at all the weasel words in the story. I mean, there's certain words that should leap out at you: allegedly, reputedly, reportedly, associates, suspected, possibly.
I think a good test for fake news is, does the headline or the lead, does it look like it's designed to make angry liberals share it on Facebook a million times?
And here's another one. And somebody pointed this out recently, and I'd never thought about it before. If a headline has a question mark at the end, that means it's fake. That means the answer is no. Did Trump sell out to the Russians? ? No. Right? Is Hillary honest?
Like a
question mark? No. Right? Thanks for the call, Pat. 1-844-500-4242. So remember that. If there's a question mark at the end of a headline, whether you see it in the newspaper or on the internet or a chyron underneath a cable news broadcast, it generally means, about 90-95% of the time, it means the answer to the question is no. Stephen, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications Listener line. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, hi, Howie.
Hi.
Hey, at what point are you going to believe that the Russians had something to do? I'm not saying they threw the election for Trump, but at what point are you going to believe that the Russians were doing something with Trump behind the scenes?
Well,
I mean, how many
you have
times
proof,
are you going to hear why they keep lying about Russians? Why does everybody around him deny any contacts till we find out?
Where are the facts, Stephen? Where are the? Give me one fact.
For God's sakes, they got the transcripts. The FBI, the CIA, they've given everybody the transcripts.
Where are
they?
they?
We know what's going on.
What? Tell me what's going on. Tell me then, Stephen. Tell me.
Show you the actual transcripts. Come on, Howie.
Steve, the Flynn transcripts were after the election. He was a private citizen.
I don't care if they were. He's talking to the Russians. He's telling them he's going to lift the sanctions. Why? Because Tillerson had a deal in place 5 years ago.
Wait a second. What did Obama say to the Russian ambassador? What would happen after the election in 2012? What did he say?
I don't remember what he said.
He said after the elections, I'll have more. He said I'll have more flexibility. What's the difference between that and what Flynn said?
So Trump can have more flexibility to lift the sanctions and give Tillerson his $500 billion Exxon deal.
You don't know
held up because of the sanctions.
You don't know that. Bye. Goodbye, Moonbat. Just make it up. Here, let me give you a headline. Did Tillerson have $500 billion deal with the Russians? ?
That's a lot of money. I wish I had a $500 billion deal with the Russians.
Man, I wouldn't have quit being the CEO of Exxon if I had a $500 billion deal coming up. I bet that'd be good for a bonus.
Somewhere Hillary Clinton is like, and to come to think of it, we sold 20% of American uranium for a paltry $1 million.
Yeah, $1 million cash and $100 million to the Clinton Foundation. Richard, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Richard.
Howard, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, yeah, I think we should call it non-existent news. I mean, it isn't even fake. It doesn't even exist. Whatever happened to unbiased reporting of facts and information?
Well, that was always a myth.
Show.
That was always a myth about unbiased news. But like I said, you could at least try to keep your prejudices and your biases in check and do the best you can. They're not even attempting to be fair and balanced now. You know?
It's all opinions. I mean, it's 100% opinion. It's like an ongoing reality show. You know?
Right.
And every one of them are reading from a script. You see Al Franken at the congressional hearings, he doesn't have an original thought in his brain. Everything he says has been written by his, I don't know how many minions he has that write all his words for him, but they all just read from a script. It's like they're all actors.
How about when Comey said at the hearing the other day, we don't correct false news stories? I'm thinking, is that kind of like a green light? You know, so in other words, if I make something up and it reflects badly on Donald Trump, and I attribute it to the FBI sources, you know, kind of like CNN did last night, they're not going to call me out on it. I was listening carefully. Let me put it that way. And I am a journalist.
I think the FBI is investigating both Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. Why not?
Sources told the Howie Carr show that Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are under investigation for their Russian ties.
It's human intelligence.
Yes.
Yeah, and signals intelligence.
Yes, and we're checking travel and business records, too.
It's all in a dossier.
Yes, it's in a dossier that we got from intermediaries that were paid. Thanks for the call, Richard. 1-844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
Hello out there. Incredibly bad Christopher Walken impersonator here. A lot of companies have these zany mission statements that sound like they were written by a bunch of pinheads sitting in an ivory tower somewhere, chock full of claptrap about process solutions and commitments to constituencies and long-term strategies, another such falderall. And frankly, it's doubtful anyone who works there even knows what's in it, except perhaps the pinheads that wrote it. My friends, if you don't know where you're going, how will you know if you're lost? Matthews Brothers doesn't have an ivory tower, and I'm fairly certain they have some kind of unwritten rule about hiring pinheads. Their company mission statement is 4 words: consistently superior customer service. They call it WOW customer service, and it's the shining beacon that guides these Matthews brothers and sisters through their daily endeavors. You can see the results of this singular commitment to wicked awesomeness, but only at better lumberyards and window professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers, 1T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
There's one New England organization who is giving these vets a second chance. Welcome to the DV Farm, operated by vets for vets. The DV Farm in southwestern New Hampshire provides housing for homeless veterans and the rehab and support they need to reintegrate back into civilian life. Learn more and find out how you can support the DV Farm at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org.
Howie Carr here. I have a couple of questions for you. Where do you keep your prized possessions, cash, and your guns when you're away? Who is safeguarding them? If you own gold, jewelry, or guns, you need a Liberty safe. They're the top-rated #1 best-selling safes. I own a Liberty safe, and I love it because it's made in the U.S. with the best materials and craftsmanship. You can be confident when you purchase a Liberty safe that it will protect your valuables for a lifetime. Visit Dependable Lock Service in Nashua, New Hampshire's largest Liberty Safe dealer, or online at libertysafenewhampshire.com.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
If your dog's feet smell like corn chips, you're not alone. The term Frito feet was coined to describe the scent. Ew. Officials in Portland, Oregon drained 8 million gallons of water from a reservoir in 2012 because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. Also ew. There's a basketball court above the Supreme Court. It's known as the highest court in the land. If you start counting at 1 and spell out the numbers as you go, you won't use the letter A until you reach 1,000. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas dropped out of high school but picked up his GED in 1993. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. William McKinley was on the $500 bill, Grover Cleveland was on the $1,000 bill, and James Madison was on the $5,000 bill.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
You've listened to him for years. Now watch him in HD. Click on the Howie Cam at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Old New England Soap, made with 37% goat's milk, almost twice as much as others. Old New England Soap will give you a rich, foamy lather that is good for your skin, and it contains no chemicals or alcohol. Order online at oldnesoap.com, oldnesoap.com. Old New England Soap, proudly made in Wolfboro, New Hampshire. It's great soap. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Does Representative Adam Schiff have non-circumstantial evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia?
See, again, use the question mark as the key. The answer is no.
Just 6% are buying Shifty's tale.
Yeah, Shifty. That's a good nickname for Adam Schiff. I wish I'd come up with it. Laura Ingraham did. I'll give her credit. Fake news. Paul Manafort's ties to Russian oligarch made headlines 11 months ago. This Michael Ishikoff, he was one of the early Monica Lewinsky story reporters when Newsweek was actually a news magazine. He broke the story 11 months ago. And AP just reported it as an exclusive. Before Trump job, Manafort worked to aid Putin. You know what? Every story about Putin, they always miss one thing. He was fired by Trump.
because they didn't know about all these connections. As soon as they found out about these connections, he was out the door. Remember that?
And wasn't he just hired to wrangle votes at the convention? He was basically hired as a convention manager.
Yeah. He had as bad a dye job on his hair as Comey does. I mean, for that alone, he should have been let go or not hired in the first place. But they got rid of him as soon as they figured out what his gig was. And they never talk about that. And Stone, the other guy, I mean, he's always been like on the periphery, but he was specifically not brought into the campaign when it started. Shirley, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Shirley.
How you doing?
Good.
You know, this government is really acting off the chain bad. And what a lot of them might not know, this past election thing was about light and it was about darkness. And that's why a lot of stuff is happening so crazy. You know, when you get on Google, it says that Obama was hooked up with the CIA.
Well, he was running the CIA. It was one of his executive agencies, Shirley. He had power over it, you know? Thanks for the call, though. Brian, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, Howie, how you doing?
Good.
Want to make two points and then maybe give you a tip for a future column.
Yes.
Just an earlier caller was asking, you know, what's fake news. Just want to give a tip. Website Real Clear Politics. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Yeah, that is a good site. That is a real good site, especially when they put my column up there, which they do occasionally.
10 each, 10 by a lefty, 10 by a conservative.
Yeah.
You know, you read them and figure it out for yourself.
Yeah.
So, you know, great website.
No, it is. That's a very good point. Go ahead.
Yeah. And Trump, I love the guy. You know, I cringe a lot though when he does say some of these things, but he keeps turning out to be right. The only time I think he made a mistake was during one of those rallies when he asked the Russians to, you know, if they're out there to release Hillary's emails. I think that was a joke. The opening that he gave.
I know,
but that was the opening he gave them. Hey, last thing, quick tip for a column.
Thanks for the.
2 weeks ago, while you were away.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, real quick. While you were away, there was an arrest made over in East Boston for sexual assault. Boston police were very slow to give information on, you know, the perpetrator when the arrest was made. They finally did give a name. So, you know, I got that on Saturday morning reading the paper. I Googled that name, and that same name, very distinct name, was picked up 2 years earlier, you know, 2 years younger, in an MS-13 sweep in North Carolina. You know,
I'm shocked. I'm shocked to learn that, Brian. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And then the market crashed in the 90s. So I had trouble, but it was sort of an amazing, I wouldn't want to do it again. It was an amazing test of yourself. Can you handle pressure? How are you under pressure? Are you smart? You know, when everybody's coming at you.
Sometimes in life, to be successful, oftentimes, most of the time, you have to follow your instincts. You have to follow your gut. You have to. Your parents may say wrong. Your whoever may say wrong, but you have to do it.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business person.
The Pew Research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
1-844-500-4242. That is the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show if you'd like to join us here this afternoon, every weekday afternoon, and we'll be joined shortly by we got Dr. Warner on, Dr. Peter Warner from from Wellesley. He's a neurologist, and he is the author of a new book that has just come out, The Art of American Healthcare. Hold it up, doctor. There it is. The Art of American Healthcare. You can order it at Amazon.com. If you have any questions about Obamacare or about just the general parlous state of American healthcare, you should pick up this book. It's a good read. It's written in layman's terms, and it's quick, and it'll tell you what you need to know. It'll give you it's a good start on understanding what's going on. So, Dr. Warner, it appears that they thought they had the votes. Very clearly, they thought they had the votes. They had a press conference scheduled by the Speaker. Sean Spicer said flat out that they had the votes and they were going to pass it tonight. The vote has been postponed. It's not going to take place tonight. They don't have the votes. What's your sense on what the hang-up is here?
Well, here's the problem with Ryan Carr, otherwise known as the American Health Care Act. Let's give you a fake news alert, because this is fake repeal, and that's the biggest problem. I've got to tell you, I've had hundreds, if not thousands, of conversations over the last couple of weeks, the last week especially, regarding this. There's a tremendous misunderstanding about what this is. There's spin on both sides. So the Republicans are spinning it as a repeal of Obamacare, PPACA, and replacement. It is not repeal and it is not replacement. This is, it leaves Obamacare I'll estimate about 95% intact and in force, and it just tweaks about 5% of
95%?
It basically provides
95% intact?
Yes, that's my take on this. And it provides a few amendments to it. So it tweaks a few parts. You've heard me say before that Obamacare is like 8,000 moving parts. So what they do is they take about 7 or 8 parts and they change them into something else. They might call it repeal of those parts, but it leaves the other, more than 7,000 parts intact and in force. Now the Democrats are spinning this because if it fails the vote, and that's why it didn't come up for a vote today, because it looked like it was going to fail.
Right.
If it failed, the Democrats want this to be known as repeal of Obamacare, so they could say that the Republicans tried to repeal it, it didn't work, and that means Obamacare is good and we must keep it. So there's spin on both sides.
Well, also, if the Republicans succeed in tweaking it, and it continues to go downhill, which apparently most people who are somewhat objective on the issue say it is going to continue to fail, then it's the Republicans' failure, not the Democrats' failure. I mean, I would think that, they're never going to say it publicly, but the Democrats have to be hoping that the thing passes so that the Republicans own it.
In a strange way, I think you're right. This is very politically dangerous. But I think it's also dangerous for doctors and patients because it does nothing to undo the damage that Obamacare has done to the doctor-patient relationship. It tweaks things regarding mandates and fees and Medicaid and things like that. But there's a lot of damage. And matter of fact, the bulk of Obamacare regulates how doctors treat patients. Nothing in this bill addresses the damage that's being done to the true healthcare system, not the healthcare payment system. It does nothing to address that. It doesn't add anything to do with tort reform. It doesn't address the problems that have been introduced by the electronic medical record system. It doesn't introduce the mandates that have been imposed on Medicare. So this is a terrible bill, and I think this is politically dangerous.
Let me ask you something here. There's an interesting poll that's out today from the Cato Institute, the libertarian think tank, and they asked about the so-called pre-existing conditions part of Obamacare. You can't be turned down for a health insurance policy if you have a pre-existing condition. Like if you owned a house and the pre-existing condition was the house was on fire, you couldn't be turned down for insurance on the house. So it's the same sort of thing. So the Cato Institute found that 77% of the people in the poll liked the pre-existing conditions, that you could still get health insurance if you had a pre-existing condition. But yet, then they were asked, well, what if it means increasing taxes? Only 40% of the people back pre-existing conditions. What if it means increasing premiums? Only 35% were for pre-existing conditions. And then they said, what if pre-existing conditions in health insurance policies meant that it meant lower quality health care? Only 20% were for it. So, I mean, this is how complicated it is, Doctor. I mean, pre-existing condition sounds great until you actually start thinking about what it really means.
Well, let me redirect the issue here. Fake news alert. The concept of the problem with pre-existing conditions was not so much of a problem. If you think of most health care that was provided across the country, and this is typically health care insurance policies, commercial insurance policies, were done on an employment basis. So you get it through your employer. And when you get your health care through an employer, that negates the issue of pre-existing conditions. You're hired. There's a company policy of a time frame in which you get put on the company health plan, regardless of pre-existing conditions. So the actual number of people who were ever affected by this is minuscule, very tiny. So it's one of those issues that sounds important, and of course people have empathy for those in need, but it's a non-issue. It's fake news. And then you think of Medicare, approximately 50% of people who are insured prior to Obamacare had Medicare and or Medicaid, and the pre-existing conditions never came into it. So that's a non-issue as far as I'm concerned. And then let me take it a step further. People who had anything going on and didn't have the means to pay for it would show up, I hate to say it, at an emergency room at a hospital, right, and they would get health care regardless of pre-existing conditions and regardless of health care insurance status.
Right. I listened to Rush Limbaugh on a radio station out of Dallas, and they were just talking about some expensive procedure that had just taken place for some infant. and the infant was from the Ivory Coast of Africa. They'd just flown over here and then checked into the emergency room, and were now getting all of their medical care taken care of by the U.S. taxpayer. You know, and again, Investors Business Daily made the same point in an editorial they wrote today. They said that only a relative few are affected by this pre-existing condition problem, and they said they can be helped without putting the entire insurance industry under the federal government's thumb. I mean, that's the whole point, right?
Absolutely. And the point you make about people flying in, that's been going on for a very long time. And those of us physicians who have ever worked in a public hospital or municipal hospital know that there are actually advertisements or touts in foreign countries that will explain to people how to get to America and show up at a hospital, you know, right off the plane, take a taxi, land in the emergency room, and get things, you know, such as brain tumors removed at no cost to them. On the expense of the American taxpayer. I want to take 1 minute and give you an interesting analogy of, I think, something that would help your listeners understand what's going on right now with this Ryan Carr bill. Thinking of Donald Trump, he's from New York, he's a real estate developer. And just think of what he did in the 1980s with the Trump Tower. He knocked down so what did he do? He knocked down an old apartment building and he built this beautiful Trump Tower building. And you think, well, you know, I've advised him on this show many times, you know, President Trump, tear down this law. But unfortunately, he's not doing a tear down. What he's doing is the equivalent of looking at this rundown, massive public housing complex, and he's just renovating a few rooms. So that's the equivalent analogy of what Ryan Carr is achieving. But the final part is, what should President Trump do? He should do something like occurred in New York City hundreds of years ago when they were planning Central Park. It was an area, a shanty town collection of buildings and a swamp. They drained the swamp, they tore down all of the decrepit buildings, and they left the area open in an area that could be considered fresh air and freedom for the public. And I think that's what we need to do. We need 100% complete repeal of Obamacare and replace it with freedom of choice for people to get access to health care without government interference.
The problem is, of course, Dr. Warner, as you well know, that if they tried to do that in Central Park today, the newspapers and the TV stations would be out there interviewing all the hobos who lived in the swamp and in the shanties, and they would be writing sob stories ad infinitum about them and trying to turn public opinion. Leave this poor area alone. Only the rich people will enjoy this new Central Park. Why are we tossing these poor people out on their ear? You know that's the way it would go, right? That's the problem they've got.
That is what's happening right now with repealing Obamacare. People will not be harmed. People will be better off. Every person in this country will be better off with complete repeal of Obamacare.
Well, are you surprised that the Republicans are spinning their wheels like this? They've had 7 years to get ready for this, longer than that, actually. I guess 8 or 9 years, and this is they're reduced to this. They still don't have their ducks in a row.
Yeah, I am surprised. So Tom Price several years ago came up with a replacement for Obamacare, and it was quite good. Why aren't they putting that, Tom Price's old bill? I think they put it through something like 7 times.
Now that you mention it.
I was thinking that myself. Where is he? I'd like to hear him speak on this because he had a wonderful bill.
He's the HHS secretary, who's a former congressman from Georgia, and he's a physician himself.
He was a physician in private practice for 20 years. And his bill, which, again, they introduced something like 7 times throughout the past 10 years. And where is that bill? Where is Tom Price? And, I've heard some people commenting back in 2015, there was a quote-unquote repeal and replacement bill put through under Obama, and it was vetoed, and it passed both the House and the Senate. And it was H.R. 3762. And there's some misconceptions that was a very effective repeal and replace. But I've got to tell you, I analyzed that document. It's a lot shorter than the current proposal, but it's pretty much the same thing. It's basically Ryan Carr. So I got to admit, I don't understand what the Republicans are trying to do, but it's not good. I think they're going to spin it, though, if it passes. If it somehow passes, they're going to spin it as complete repeal of Obamacare, replacement Obamacare. They're going to wash their hands and move on and say, we did it.
Yeah, as George Aiken said of the war in Vietnam, the former Vermont senator, let's just declare victory and get the hell out. But you go. It's going to be even more difficult to do that than it would have been in Vietnam. I think this is because this is the homeland, not a 10,000 miles away. Dr. Warner, what's the title of your book again? Hold it up for the camera.
It's The Art of American Healthcare. Just think like the art of the deal. The Art of American Healthcare.
And it's available on Amazon. And your name is spelled W-A-R...
I-N-N-E-R.
W-A-R-I-N-N-E-R. Great. Thank you for being with us, Dr. Warner. We appreciate it. And again, the title of his book, The Art of American Healthcare. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
5,318.
I have her in the same car with me?
Yeah.
With that nasty ring? I'm going to be walking home now, you know.
The reading is 4,767. And here's a chart which explains what the different levels mean.
What'd you say mine was?
4,767.
So worse than filthy. I mean, I never imagined it would be dirtier than a toilet seat, so that's pretty disgusting. Oh my God.
But,
oh my God.
Hi, this is David Bellman, inventor of the Aquasonic Wave. I've tested hundreds of rings, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces, and over 95% of the time, I get a bacteria reading higher than a public toilet seat. In addition to massive amounts of bacteria, the dirt and grime that builds up on your jewelry diminishes its beauty. Diamonds stop sparkling, colored gemstones look washed out and lifeless, gold and silver looks dull. Look, everything we wear in our bodies gets cleaned on a daily basis, except our jewelry. Why, you ask? It's simple. No one ever told us to clean it. We've been conditioned to put our jewelry on our bodies and forget about it. We need to break that nasty habit. We need to start cleaning our jewelry like we clean everything else we wear and everything we touch. And the Aquasonic Wave makes it so easy. First, place your jewelry in the Aquasonic Wave. It can hold up to 8 items of jewelry. Add 1 packet of antibacterial gel to kill 99% of all harmful bacteria. Now, place the wave on the top or bottom rack of your dishwasher with your dishes, and you're done. When the dishwasher stops, your jewelry is cleaned and sanitized with professional results. No extra equipment to plug in, no more scrubbing jewelry by hand. Simple, quick, and easy. Do this just once a week, and your jewelry will look new and be bacteria-free. Try the wave for 30 days, and I guarantee you will love it. How can I be so sure? Well, that's easy. I've sold over 100,000 Aquasonic waves, and not one single Aquasonic wave has ever been returned.
Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave moisture control units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
He's on your radio and on your smartphone. Download the Howie Carr app on the iTunes or Android app stores. This is the Howie Carr Show.
You can buy my new book, Kennedy Babylon, at HowieCarrShow.com, HowieCarrShow.com. You can also order tickets to my my Night of Kennedy Babylon shows throughout New England. We've just added a new one in the Springfield area. Our Kennedy Babylon show in Springfield is going to happen at the East Mountain Country Club in Westfield, Mass. on Friday, June 9th. You can get tickets to this Kennedy Babylon show and all the others at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon. You can also buy the book in various stores throughout the Boston area. The Mass General gift shop, hospital gift shop, the Yawkey shop, which is the outpatient gift shop at Mass General, the Leahy Clinic gift shop, Wellesley Books. You can order it there, or you can pick it up there, and in Wellesley, Mass, at the Bookends bookstore in Winchester, Massachusetts, and soon it will be back. It's sold out right now at the Palm Beach bookstore in Palm Beach, Florida. But I hope you'll order my book, Kennedy Babylon, at HowieCarrShow.com or at Amazon.com. But I make more money if you order it at HowieCarrShow.com. I could use the money more than Jeff Bezos. He's only worth $72 billion if you haven't seen the recent Forbes billionaire list. 1-844-500-4242. Here's what the problem is. I mean, in addition to the fact that the Republicans in the Congress just don't have too much spine, they're already taking hits from the alt left fake news media. This is a tweet from Joy Reid at MSNBC. Make no mistake what conservatives are holding out for, meaning in the Rhino Care, and what Trump has apparently agreed to, they want all your health care services gone. That's capitalized, all. All. They don't want just some of them gone. They want all of them gone, according to MSNBC.
All right, who talked? Who let them know that the secret Republican plan is to take away everybody's health care? I know it wasn't me. I didn't leak that.
Mr. President, what kind of news would you describe this as from MSNBC?
Very fake news.
Yeah, thank you. They want all of your health care gone.
Tom Price, who's a doctor, wants to get rid of healthcare services. Rand Paul, who's an eye doctor, wants to get rid of all healthcare services.
Let me into this emergency room. I'm dying. I've had a heart attack. I'm bleeding to death. I've been stabbed by illegal aliens. I'm dying. Let me in. Help. Sorry, closed for business. We've repealed Obamacare.
Closed on orders of Donald Trump.
And the Republicans. The grand old party. Make sure you're not going to grow old. Ann, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Ann.
Hi, how you doing today?
Good.
First-time caller.
Thank you.
And I've been connecting the dots on this Nunez controversy. First of all, okay, we've got the hearing, and we have Comey testifying, and the Republicans are remarkably quiet And I thought, that's strange. What is up with that? The Democrats are given this great amount of time to connect the dots via news reports.
Right.
And then 2 days later, well, Comey is asked, was there any wire traps? No wire traps. 2 days later, Nunez comes out with an apparent whistleblower from the NSA that has...
that says there was surveillance after all.
Yeah, that there was, exactly. And one of the things he says is that the FBI has not been cooperative.
Yes, he did say that. Yeah, he did say that. He said the NSA is cooperating in the investigation by the House Intelligence Committee, but the FBI is stonewalling. Stop me if you've heard this one before, going back to the days of J. Edgar Hoover. This is the way the FBI operates. Fidelity, bravery, integrity. Not so much. Not so much. Famous but incompetent is more like it. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben & Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Howie Carr Show continues next. And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben & Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
It is impossible to sneeze with your eyes open. The placement of a donkey's eyes in its head enables it to see all 4 feet at all times. Months that begin on a Sunday will always have a Friday the 13th. What is called a French kiss in the English-speaking world is known as an English kiss in France. Birds don't urinate, but they do poop. Let me tell you, you can't kill yourself by holding your breath. So that's good. A woman from California once tried to sue the makers of Cap'n Crunch because the Crunch berries contained no berries of any kind. In Japan, crooked teeth are considered cute and attractive. A Swedish woman lost her wedding ring and found it 16 years later, growing on a carrot in her garden. The toothpaste Colgate in Spanish translates to, go hang yourself.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
How do you spend $1 million doing the soccer field? You have a level piece of land. Throw them a ball, let them play soccer if they have to play it all. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has to. We have a lot of work to do. 10 years ago, everybody wanted the wall. The Democrats, the Republicans, they couldn't get it. You know one of the reasons they couldn't get it? Environmental impact statements. Did you know that? There were toads. It's the most incredible thing. Number one, I wouldn't even think about anything until I built a wall, impenetrable. There will be nobody coming into this country illegally. But our people don't have a clue. We give state dinners to the heads of China. I say, why are you doing state dinners for them? They're ripping us left and right. Just take them to McDonald's and go back to the negotiating table. Seriously.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show. Begin tonight with the CNN exclusive. CNN has learned new details of the FBI investigation into potential links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government.
Very fake news.
Live from an undisclosed location.
A Long Island man is due in court for a double stabbing and sexual assault. Police arrested Tommy Alvarado Ventura yesterday in Hempstead. They say he beat up and stabbed a woman in a bar parking lot after an argument over drugs. He fled to his house, and when police got there, his girlfriend confronted him about sexually assaulting her 2-year-old daughter. During that confrontation, police say he stabbed his girlfriend.
He's a good boy, a very good boy.
Unchained and unstoppable.
His only history is violating his status and returning to this country. He escaped violence in Honduras, just the same way that my great-grandmother escaped violence and persecution in Austria, and we welcome him here. Immigrants built the fabric of this country, and Baltimore is a place that will continue to welcome them.
You know, it's pretty unbelievable that you would compare ICE, federal immigration authorities, to the Nazis.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
Yeah, this is a stunning and bizarre twist that hopefully brings to the end what has been a series of scares at Jewish community centers and other Jewish locations across this country and frankly around the globe. The FBI now confirms to NBC News that an 18-year-old dual U.S.-Israeli citizen living in Israel is suspected of being the individual, perhaps the only individual, behind those threats.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
So the latest news on the Rhino Care bill down in D.C. is that the Republican caucus in the House is going to hold a closed-door meeting at 7 p.m. to discuss this, and I assume there's going to be a lot of screaming and yelling going on in there. And they're really talking about, they're angry. The Trump administration and the leadership, or the House leadership, are angry at the House Freedom Caucus. And this is these are the guys that are hanging it up because they were elected on their pledge to repeal Obamacare, and as you just heard Dr. Warner say, this doesn't repeal Obamacare; it tinkers with Obamacare. And let's play the Massey cut before we go to the chump line. This is Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky. He's a member of the Freedom Caucus, and he's the one who said that the reason this bill reads a lot like Obamacare, the new bill, Rhino Care, is because it was written by the same people, which I thought was a very spot-on description of what the problem is here. But here's what he's had to say today.
We're afraid he's a one-term president if this passes. We are trying to save him. The phone calls to my office are running 275 against versus 4. Only 4 votes from my constituents are in favor of this. So this electorally, voting for this is bad today, and it's going to be really bad in 2 or 3 years when the changes start kicking in and health insurance prices start going through the roof.
I mean, once this passes, even if it's just 216 to 215 or whatever it is, then the Republicans own this thing. It's the old saying from Colin Powell, about Iraq. You break it, you bought it.
I mean, you get overcharged for an aspirin that they didn't give you in the hospital, and it's going to be Donald Trump's fault.
Yeah,
from here on out,
and it's going to be the Republicans' fault too. And that's the way it's going to be portrayed. And guess who has the bullhorn of the alt left fake news mainstream media? The Democrats. Anyway, if you want to leave a message on the chump line, you can always do so. Go to our toll-free number, 844-500-4242. Press 2 for the chump line. Leave your recorded voicemail message there. We may or may not play it at this time each weekday. The chump line is brought to you every weekday at this time by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through Better Lumber Yards and window professionals like Cape Cod Lumber, an employee-owned company serving builders and remodelers in southeastern Massachusetts since 1958, and on the web at capecodlumber.com. Cape Cod Lumber, a name you can build on.
Here's an example of fake news. My name is Howie Carr, and I get accepted to Brown University.
How many more times do I have to tweet out my acceptance notice from Brown University? I was accepted at Brown University. I didn't have $3,200, believe it or not. I know that seems laughable now. $3,200 was the tuition and fees and room and board at Brown University in 1969, and I couldn't come up with the dough.
It's fake, phony, fake.
In the old days, they called it yellow journalism. I guess these days we can call it golden journalism.
Yes, exactly. Golden showers journalism. And I think it is revealing that none of the people who were responsible for the Golden Showers dossier report, very fake news on CNN, were responsible for this latest fake news last night about the credible evidence showing that associates of Donald Trump may have been in cahoots with suspected Russian associates to possibly, maybe, perhaps, possibly influence the campaign.
You think Jake Tapper took a look at this one and was like, no, not again?
I don't need to make. I don't need to go in. I got a beating once over this. I don't need to go back to that same bar again.
Hey, Howie, I know the Wizard of Oz is dead, but you are truly the new emperor.
I didn't come here to be made sport of, pal.
Now listen to me story of a man named Howie Carr. He used to be a chunky and couldn't run too far. He had himself a bunch of enhancing surgeries. And now he is slim and fit and prime for TV.
Now that's the kind of chump line message I like to hear more of. You know? Talking about how good I look and how ready I am for my close-up, Mr. DeMille.
Very fake news.
Let that guy back on again and again, Greg, Grace, whatever.
Mayor Carr, you were wondering, what would have happened if Chappaquiddick happened today. Well, I would have gone on television and said that I'm a victim of a curse because of Donald Trump. And the Russians hacked my car.
You know, he actually did go on TV and say he was the victim of a curse. He did. He went on Friday night, I guess it was, after Chappaquiddick had occurred the previous Friday night, and he said, in those 11 hours when I was wandering in a daze, I asked myself, is the family really a victim of a curse? And you can check it all out in Kennedy Babylon, my new book, available at HowieCarrShow.com. We even have a picture of him when he was making that speech, taken right off of a TV screen.
Hi there, Howie. I've been perusing your Kennedy book, and when them there photos of Marilyn Monroe and Fiddle and Faddle, oh man, you should call it 50 Shades of Kennedy. Ooh, wee.
My Kennedy Babylon show will have even more photographs, because some of those pictures I couldn't get permission to use. Cheesecake photos from the Hollywood studios. We'll have lots of more pictures of not only Marilyn Monroe, but Jane Mansfield, because as JFK used to say, in a pinch, I don't mind shifting down from the A list to the D cup.
Loving. Did you see that Donald Trump has a fear of stairs? Yet another thing he has in common with Genghis Khan, being that before he had the sleeve procedure, that fat bastard wasn't capable of climbing stairs since the Nixon administration.
I'll tell you, I could certainly climb stairs a lot better than, say, Hillary Clinton.
You know what? They were wimps 7 years ago, and they're wimps now. That's why they're not doing anything.
I don't know when he left that message, but it's certainly apropos. He's talking about the Republicans in Congress. They can't get together to pull the trigger on this thing.
Hey, see, you got the cheap water today. What'd you do? Have to pay for it yourself?
Yeah. What is this guy, the water police? Here it is. I'm holding it up. Poland Spring. Is that okay? But look, I just took this one off camera. Here it is. It's my last San Pellegrino. There won't be any more of these, pal.
You fancy water mo. Can't drink tap water like the rest of us. You worried about the fluoride?
Go ahead.
Hey, Howie, who's going to investigate Comey?
That could be the first big mistake that Donald Trump made, was not firing James Comey when he had the chance, when he had the opportunity. Now it's impossible for him to fire him because he would become a liberal superstar, even more so than he already is.
That was your last chump line message. Thank you for calling Howie Carr, you chump.
Sometimes not making a decision to do something is worse than making the decision to do something, as Donald Trump is finding out in the case of James Comey, FBI director, 21st century J. Edgar Hoover, sans dress. All right, that's it for the Chump Line today. The Chump Line is the recorded voicemail message service of the Howie Carr Show. You can call and leave a message at any hour of the day or night, including weekends. The Chump Line number, if you'd like to leave such a message, is 844-500-4242. Press 2 for the Chump Line. Leave your message. We may or may not play it at this time each weekday. The Chump Line is brought to you every weekday at this time by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through Better Lumber Yards and window professionals like Cape Cod Lumber, an employee-owned company serving builders and remodelers in southeastern Massachusetts since 1958 and on the web at capecodlumber.com. Cape Cod Lumber, a name you can build on.
In the old days, they called it yellow journalism. I guess these days we can call it golden journalism.
Yes, we can. And it's all the same. CNN, CBS, NBC, ABC, MSNBC, the Washington Post, the Boston Globe, the LA Times. Golden journalism. They're trying to do, you know what, down your back and tell you it's raining. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
Hello out there. Incredibly bad Christopher Walken impersonator here. I asked my friends at Matthews Brothers, after 163 years, how do you still stay inspired? They said, every morning in Africa, a gazelle wakes up. It knows it must outrun the fastest lion or it will be killed. Every morning in Africa, a lion wakes up. It knows it must outrun the slowest gazelle or it will starve. Some days you're the lion, some days the gazelle. It doesn't matter. When the sun comes up, you'd better be running. So every day up there in Belfast, they lace up their boots and hit the ground running. There are no shortcuts to success. And in a world where mediocre is the new normal, it's good to know someone still remembers this. You can see the results of this singular commitment to wicked awesomeness, but only at Better Lumber Yards and window professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T. America's oldest window manufacturer.
Age. Well, after a few months of taking Prostate Revive, this is no longer an issue for me, and it doesn't have to be for you either. This all-natural formula created by renowned holistic physician Dr. David Brownstein was formulated to target those uncomfortable issues related to prostate health. I'm proof that all-natural Prostate Revive takes care of my prostate issues. I'm sleeping restfully through the night, and everyone knows that a great night's sleep is critical to a productive day. Prostate Revive works for me, and I know it can work for you too. The people at Prostate Revive are offering my listeners a special deal to try Prostate Revive. That's right, my listeners can get a 30-day supply risk-free. Just pay $4.95 to cover shipping and handling. So do what I did. Revive your prostate with Prostate Revive. Call 1-800-300-2700. 1-800-300-2700. That's 1-800-300-2700. Or go to revive411.com. That's revive411.com.
And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
Well, America is crying tonight. I'm not sure how much of America, but a very, very significant portion. And I mean literally crying.
Everybody is crying and so upset, and it is the end of their world.
Feels like the end of the world.
We were on Lifetime last night, and I was slowly getting drunk.
This is the time for real wisdom. Lightning round. I genuinely do not understand how America can be this disorganized or this hateful.
You know, she was Hillary Clinton, the most qualified candidate, the best suited for the job, the best temperament. Now we're hearing not a good candidate.
History is put on hold yet again.
They're scared, depressed, despaired, desperate even, almost clinging to me.
Plus the Supreme Court, who knows where that's going to go. So the only checks and balances we have are us, the View.
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
He might not know how to copy and paste, but he's figured out how to tweet. Follow Howie on Twitter at Howie Carr Show. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Old New England Soap. Made with 37% goat's milk, almost twice as much as others. Old New England Soap will give you a rich, foamy lather that is good for your skin and contains no chemicals or alcohol. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. Old New England Soap, proudly made in Wolfboro, New Hampshire. Steve, what is the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Does Representative Adam Schiff have non-circumstantial evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia?
He says he does, but I believe ranking member is very rank and speaks with forked tongue.
He's actually a vice chair.
Oh, he's
the Intelligence Committee in the House works differently. It's a chair and vice chair.
Oh, okay. So he's So he's vice. He's a vice.
The vice chair.
He's guilty of a vice. Thou shalt not lie.
Just 5% think the vice chair has the goods.
All right. That's the poll question. You can take part in it by going to HowieCarrShow.com and voting in the poll question. A couple of stories to get to here. Sacramento, California, the first U.S. inmate to have taxpayer-funded sex reassignment surgery, says she is being mistreated since being transferred to a California women's prison. where she now has a beard and mustache because officials have denied her a razor. Oh, don't you hate it when that happens? Her name is Shiloh Heavenly Queen, or Quine, however you pronounce that.
Don't most people get mistreated in prison? Isn't that kind of like a thing in prison?
Yeah, but he has become a she, and it's very embarrassing for a she to have a beard and a mustache. They're having a, quote, huge impact on day-to-day life, unquote, she said. They're making her transition to life as a woman more difficult, and she has asked the federal judge overseeing her lawsuit to order prison officials to provide electrolysis to remove her facial hair, or at least a razor. Quine was formerly known as Rodney James Quine. I guess that's how you pronounce it, Quine. When she and an accomplice kidnapped and fatally shot 33-year-old Shahid Ali Baig, a father of three in downtown L.A. in 1980, stealing $80 in his car during a drug and alcohol-fueled rampage. Baig's daughter, Farida, tried unsuccessfully in court to block Quine's surgery. She objected to inmates getting taxpayer-funded surgery that is not readily available to non-criminals. My dad begged for his life, she said in January. It just made me dizzy and sick. I'm helping to pay for his surgery. Notice she says his. That's a hate crime.
You better watch your microaggressions, bro.
Watch it. I'm helping to pay for his surgery. I live in California. It's kind of like a slap in the face. Quine had been housed in women's prisons for 36 years despite living as a woman since 2009. She was living as a woman. Okay. Remember how they, under the Obama administration, the IRS held up the tax-exempt status of Tea Party groups, all conservative groups, for years and years and years, sometimes up to 7 years? Well, the after-school Satan Club only needed 10 days to get its tax-exempt status. Yeah. The After-School Satan Club. The nonprofit Reason Alliance was behind the After-School Satan Club. It operates in Washington State as the Satanic Temple of Seattle. The club's logo is a pencil with devil horns. They have tax-exempt status, but the Tea Party doesn't. We've been telling you about what's going on in Philadelphia with the tax on sodas, and how it's decimated the soft drink industry and has driven people to the suburbs. Now people are just not only going to the suburbs to buy their soft drinks, they're going there to buy their groceries as well. Managers of two independent Philadelphia grocery stores have confirmed to a local TV station that they've received letters from Pepsi saying the company is no longer going to distribute 2-liter or 12-packs to Philadelphia stores. I mean, I don't know about you. When I buy soft drinks, I usually buy either 2 liters or 12 packs. Those are the most popular kinds, I think, of dispensaries for soft drinks. And it covers Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Sierra Mist, Mug Root Beer, and also any tax-sweetened beverages owned by Pepsi's, including Gatorade, Tropicana, Lipton Iced Tea, and others. And Pepsi sent out a press release about this. Our full portfolio of beverages in all packages sizes will still be available outside the city. The manager of the store said they've got to try to do something. No one's buying the stuff anymore, so they're going to try to go with smaller stuff. Thank you, Mayor Kenny. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
The male ostrich can roar just like a lion. Earth is the only planet that is not named after a god. Human thigh bones are stronger than concrete. Hamsters run up to 8 miles at night on a wheel. In New York, it is illegal to sell a haunted house without telling the buyer. Ooh. The word gorilla is derived from a Greek word meaning a tribe of hairy women. The tongue of a blue whale weighs more than most elephants. A jiffy is the scientific name for 1/100th of a second. Blue-eyed people tend to have the highest tolerance of alcohol. More than 50% of the people in the world have never made or received a phone call. Beetles taste like apples, wasps like pine nuts, and worms like fried bacon. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarShow.com.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top-quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
I would never give up my microphone. I thought that was disgusting. That showed such weakness. The way he was taken away by two young women. The microphone, they just took the whole place over. That will never happen with me. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. But that was a disgrace. The way I felt badly for him. You're not supposed to say that somebody graduated last or second to last in their class, because you're supposed to be, like Frank says, very nice. Folks, I want to make America great again. We want to get down to brass tacks. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has... We have a lot of work to do.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Want to spend a day in studio with Howie Carr? Get to HowieCarShow.com and click store to get tickets to Howie's in-studio VIP experience. Now, back to Howie Carr.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Captain Parker's Chowder Company. Warm up this winter and buy Captain Parker's Chowder at your favorite market. It is easy with the heat and serve pouch. 603 says... any NH book signings? Yes, actually the first 8 book signings at Market Basket are all at New Hampshire locations. And they start on April 1st, which is a week from Saturday. So there'll be 8 Market Basket signings, then there'll be one later on in the spring. But the first 8 will be in New Hampshire, so go to HowieCarShow.com and click on Kennedy Babylon, and you can see where the New Hampshire signings are, and the Massachusetts signings and the Maine signings as well for Kennedy Babylon. They're all at Market Baskets, and we'll have other signings at various places. But the Market Basket list, just for starters, that's where you can go. You can order the book at HowieCarShow.com. HowieCarShow.com. The members of the House Freedom Caucus, they're the holdouts on Rhino Care bill. That's why the vote on the bill has been postponed for the night, canceled for the evening until at least tomorrow. even though they thought they were going to have the vote later in the evening tonight. They don't have the votes, obviously. And so the House Freedom Caucus members are going in to Speaker Ryan's office right now. They're drifting in. And Steve Bannon has come down from the White House. And Steve Bannon, of course, is the former boss of Breitbart News. He's sort of the conservative in the White House. He's the top super conservative in the White House. So he's obviously down there to try to reason with the members of the House Freedom Caucus. And for good reason, they don't trust Paul Ryan, because who would trust Paul Ryan? He's about as trustworthy as James Comey. Anyway, this is a setback for the Trump administration, obviously. I mean, whether it's temporary or not, it's kind of an embarrassment that they had to, after claiming they had the votes, or Sean Spicer, he did basically claim they had the votes. He said, we're going to pass the bill tonight. There's no plan B. And so they don't have the votes, and obviously they're working on a plan B, which I don't know what it involves, but we should know fairly soon. Still, I wanted to preface, use that as a preface for what I was about to say, which is there's a story on Newsmax out of Penn State University, and they have a polling institute as well as Quinnipiac and Suffolk University, a bunch of colleges now, Franklin Pierce, a bunch of colleges now have polling outfits, good for publicity. So the Penn State McCourtney Institute of Democracy has done a poll and of Donald Trump voters. And they say that just over 3% of those who backed Donald Trump for president now regret their vote, according to a Mood of the Nation poll from Penn State. And they said that they had people who were polled had some complaints. And I'm going to mention one here because I keep reading this in all the stories about polls. It's the same person seems to be responding to them, but I never run into this person in my daily life.
Those polls can't be accurate. I never got called.
Typical. This is from one of the pollsters. Typical was the 51-year-old woman from Virginia who said she would tell the president if she could, continue with your agenda, but stop tweeting. I've never heard anybody say stop tweeting. I think tweeting is great. I think that's the best thing he's doing. I still think it was a great thing for him to say that he was wiretapped by the Obama administration. And then when they come back and say, prove it, he says, well, look at this headline on the front page of the New York Times on Inauguration Day. It says I was wiretapped. You know? But the question I was going to ask you is, do you regret your vote for Donald Trump, or are you happy you voted for Donald Trump? I'm very happy I voted for Donald Trump. I still am. I'm not happy about what's going on with the Obamacare repeal. I think it's a real problem here. I tend to agree with Dr. Warner that this is not a proper solution to the problem. And again, I know it's a terrible mess that the Republicans were left with, and it's hard to just repeal it because the healthcare system, the insurance system, the bad apple plans that existed in 2009 are gone. But still, I think anything was better than Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton would be on her way by now to dismantling the First Amendment. She promised that she would dismantle the First Amendment. She was going to repeal Citizens United. She was going to put a liberal moonbat on the Supreme Court. They were going to impose limitations on freedom of speech, which is what Citizens United was all about. They would have definitely come after the Second Amendment, the Heller Amendment, the Heller case. Excuse me. She said she wanted to repeal the Heller case, which basically upheld the Second Amendment. What do you think would be going on with all these illegal aliens coming into the country? Now they're admitting in Rockville, Maryland, that if Donald Trump's policies had been in effect, rather than the catch and release of the Obama years, at least one of those illegal aliens who raped the young girl, both of the illegal aliens who raped the young girl wouldn't have been there in Rockville, Maryland. They would have been deported. They would have been turned around. And they wouldn't be in the United States. Now they're going to be here for the rest of their lives. They're going to be. They're not going anywhere. There's a case on Nantucket. We'll talk about it next hour. And another someone from El Salvador raped or indecent assault and battery on a girl. Apparently, ICE is going to round him up. Thank goodness. Would that have happened if Hillary Clinton were president? So I'm happy. I'm still happy I voted for Donald Trump. How about you? That's what we want to. We're going to take some calls on this. 1-844-500-4242. Bob, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Bob.
Howie, are these the same pollsters that predicted Hillary Clinton clean sweep of the White House? You can't believe any of these polls. None of them are legitimate. I've been polled twice over the last couple of months. And both times, I went through the whole, exercise and go Donald, keep tweeting. I don't want him to change the way he is. That's why we voted for him. I don't believe these pollsters at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 97% are still happy they voted for Trump. I mean, that seems about right to me, Bob, actually.
Yeah, right.
But I just don't. I agree with you. I don't think a lot of these polls are very, very reliable at all. And I don't think any. Do you know anybody who wants him to stop tweeting?
No. Everybody I know that voted for Trump wants him to continue on the way he would. This is nothing more than fake polls.
Yeah, I know. I know. I would just like to run into one person in my life who says I think he should stop tweeting. And then I would
change their mind.
Right.
I haven't met anybody that's changed their mind.
No,
Nobody.
No, I haven't either. Thanks for the call, Bob. 1-844-500-4242. And again, the more this fake news continues to be spewed out, I think it just strengthens everybody's belief that he's doing the right thing. I mean, they wouldn't be coming after him this hard. Trump derangement syndrome. It's amusing, is what it is, basically. I mean, Steve was saying last night he just started laughing when he heard the CNN fake news report about shit.
I just read the lead, and you immediately see all the weasel words that are in it.
Right.
But then you can see people hyperventilating on Twitter about it. And I think my favorite thing to do these days, though, is read stories about Merrick Garland. That's what really gets the lefties worked up, and I love reading their stories about how the seat was stolen.
Yeah, it was a stolen seat. Yeah.
Al Franken says that.
Yeah, Al Franken, who stole the Senate seat, is again, whatever they accuse Donald Trump of doing, you can assume they're doing it themselves or would like to be doing it. It's like the question marks after the headlines. If there's a question mark after the headline, the answer to the question in the headline is no. Is Al Franken a great senator? Question mark. The answer is no. Gary, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Gary.
Good afternoon, Captain. Captain, I'm allowed to disagree with Trump. I don't have to, become some sort of mind-numbed robot that agrees with everything that he does. I mean, I'm not a Democrat. As far as people that disagree, I guarantee you, if you ran that poll through CNN and ABC, I guarantee 100% of those people would wish that he would stop tweeting. The idea that he can now go around the press seems to really infuriate a lot of them. They're becoming less and less relevant with every single tweet he puts out.
Exactly.
As far as actual regret goes, I'd like to hear how the questions were worded. I mean, do you actually regret and would take back your vote, as opposed to, you would have voted for Hillary Clinton, right? Which seems to be the underlying pretext of this whole thing.
Yeah, well, it says just one in four of those who express second thoughts now say they would have supported Trump's opponent, Hillary Clinton. This is according to the poll. But again, remember, 97% of the people said they wouldn't change their votes. I mean, that's the key here. I mean, I don't think that's fake. I think that's legit. Because I don't know anybody who's who says, gee, I wish Hillary Clinton were there because I really miss those open borders. I get so depressed when I read that illegal border crossings were down 40% last month.
I want more 18 and 19-year-old El Salvadorians in my high school with my daughter.
Right, exactly.
Go look at the stock market and talk to me about regret.
Yeah, no Trump voters have any regrets. Thanks for the call, Gary. Bennett, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Bennett.
Hey, Howie. I totally do not regret my vote. Every morning, still, I wake up and I say, oh, thank God we don't have Hillary as our president. When I get depressed, Howie, I go back and listen to your show the day after the election. Man, talk about a rush. What a great show that was.
Yeah.
As far as I believe that Trump secretly, in his inner soul, is giving Ryan enough rope to hang himself, and he doesn't want to do this. And when this fails, he will negotiate with the Freedom Caucus and get it to be a clean repeal and start over. That's my hopes.
I hope you're right, Bennett. I'm not sure about that. And I know that's one theory that's being put out there, that they are, it's very Machiavellian, but that they want to give Ryan enough rope to hang himself, as you said, and then they can get somebody in there who's a real conservative as the House Speaker. But I don't know who would it be. I mean, it's not going to be Kevin McCarthy is Rand Paul. That was the theory from last year, that the senator was going to become the House Speaker. I guess you don't have to be a member of the House to become it's like being a Supreme Court justice. You don't have to technically be a lawyer.
We could have Speaker Howie Carr.
No, I don't think so. If nominated, I will not run, as William Tecumseh Sherman once said. If elected, I will not serve. Thanks for the call, Bennett. We'll be right back. We'll take some more of your calls. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
I keep my personal gun collection in my Liberty safe, and I love knowing that no one can get to these guns but me. These safes are amazing.
And everything I have is totally and completely safe thanks to Liberty safes.
They're number one for a reason. They survive the dynamite blast. They drop them from 200 feet. The Liberty safes survive. They are picked up by a tornado and thrown a block and a half away. And they're still closed, and the stuff inside is still intact. They've been in house fires where everything is burned down, and yet the documents still remain inside. They're amazing.
So when you get a Liberty safe, honestly, you'll be like, I just want to go out in the garage, or I want to go to the basement, and I just want to sit with it for a while.
Oh, I just open and close it all the time because I think I'm cool.
They are unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're unlike any other safe you've ever seen.
They really understand how to get out the message, and it doesn't hurt that they make a really great product. So thanks, Liberty Safe. It's always fun working with you.
Give up. You can see the results of this singular commitment to wicked awesomeness, but only at better lumber yards and window professionals around the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numana, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numana are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
Read the uncut edition of Howie's latest Boston Herald column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is sponsored by Simply Safe. Protecting your home should be easy, right? Now Simply Safe is making it simpler than ever, with comprehensive, professionally monitored home security that you can get online. Get 10% off your Simply Safe system at simplysafehowie.com right now. That's simplysafehowie.com. We're asking the question based on this poll. Only 3% of Trump voters regret their choice. Do you regret your choice, or are you happy? I'm still happy about it. And as an earlier caller said, I'm also equally happy that Hillary Clinton isn't the president. If Hillary Clinton were the president, they would already have a 5-4 alt-left majority on the Supreme Court. And again,
with Justice Obama,
everything would be up for grabs. No, not Justice Obama. You think he's going to be restricted to?
I was talking about Michelle.
Oh, Michelle. That would be ridiculous. I mean, talk about preposterous. She doesn't even have a law license.
But she's got the other qualifications.
Yeah, I know. She's got the other qualifications. Yeah, that would be, God, wouldn't that be horrible? Think about that. Tim, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks, Howie. First-time caller. Howie, let's talk about Ryan and the Republican rhinos that are holding this thing for the big entrance groups.
Yes.
Real quick, on the insurance companies alone, instead of getting penalized to the government, if you change your plan now, correct me if I'm wrong, if you change your plan, you get to pay the penalty to the insurance company.
Yes.
So if that's true, let's say
they call that the continuous coverage incentive. Tim, talk about a euphemism.
Right.
Under Obamacare was the shared responsibility. What it was. Shared responsibility payment. So it's a different euphemism. No matter how you slice it, though, it's still baloney, Tim, as they used to say. Go ahead.
Exactly. So if they don't put a cap on it, it's going to be free fall cash, because if you're going to change, and the way I understand it, if you change your insurance plan, you get this penalty. So if you get a penalty and it's only $1, how many millions of people are going to change their programs over the next 10 years?
Tim, here's the thing. They say, well, if you let your insurance plan lapse and then you pick it up after 2 months, then you'll have to pay the fine or whatever they're going to call it. But the thing is, so what they say is this will encourage everybody to keep it, and so they won't just come back when they get sick. But it'd still be cheaper to take the fine and then come back on if you get sick, right? So it's not even going to work. You're right. It's just a payoff to the insurance companies. That's all it is.
It's exactly right. So it's no different for the last 2 times that we, the people, have voted in the Republicans to change the government, and they've done exactly what the Democrats have done. Right. And it's time for our president now, Trump, to stand up against Ryan. And I pray to goodness that they are giving him rope to hang himself.
Thanks for the call, Tim. Yeah, I don't think. I don't really think they are. I think. I think that's why he sent Bannon down. Bannon right now is in Ryan's office trying to knuckle the members of the House Freedom Caucus, even as we speak. Tom, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications. Quickly, Tom, quickly.
Hey, yeah, I agree with the previous caller. I cannot believe that it's one thing for Trump to, kind of publicly state that he's for the bill and he's with Ryan and all that. But for him to go in and threaten the Freedom Caucus, he should be threatening these pukes like Ryan and these guys that essentially didn't want him to win in the first place. I can't believe he's sidling with these people who are essentially his political enemies. Thanks, Howie.
Yeah. The thing is, he doesn't really keep a grudge that long. Look at his Treasury Secretary, Mnuchin. They were suing each other a few years back. Thanks for the call, Tom. I'm Howie Carr. Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC, and we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck, when you get charged with committing a fake hate crime? Will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And by the way, they're coming from all over the world, including the Middle East. Why not? Come on in. We're stupid. We'll take care of you. We'll pay. Get sick, we'll take care of your hospitalization. What kind of a plan do you want? Oh, Don, you're a little controversial. You're talking about illegal immigration. I said it's illegal. The premiums are going through the roof. The deductibles, frankly, you have to get hit with a Komatsu tractor in order to use them. They're so high. The Iranians are great negotiators. The Persians are great negotiators. And we have people that are babies. It's like a chess player, grandmaster, playing against a checkers child. We have very stupid people in our country negotiating for us, and we have leaders that don't know what they're doing. And the media, look at all those people back there. Scavengers. They're like scavengers.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave moisture control units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Approval rating, Obama, 79. Trump, 32. Think about it. You can't please everyone, so you've got to please yourself.
You can't please everyone, so you've
got to please yourself. Get over it, Howie. At least Obama can spell potato, you fucking asshole. Stupid Republican. Don't pee on me and tell me it's raining. Did I hear right? The information was leaked? Get it? He's going to drop the bomb, and then you might go, yeah, maybe he wasn't the best choice. Yeah, maybe I should have voted for Hillary. Yeah. You can't please everyone, so you've got to please yourself. Don't pee on me and tell me it's raining.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lawrence Carr, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at Howie Carr
Show. Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Begin tonight with the CNN exclusive. CNN has learned new details of the FBI investigation into potential links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government.
Very fake news.
Live from an undisclosed location.
A Long Island man is due in court for a double stabbing and sexual assault. Police arrested Tommy Alvarado Ventura yesterday in Hempstead. They say he beat up and stabbed a woman in a bar parking lot after an argument over drugs. He fled to his house, and when police got there, his girlfriend confronted him about sexually assaulting her 2-year-old daughter. During that confrontation, police say he stabbed his girlfriend.
He's a good boy, a very good boy.
Unchained and unstoppable.
His only history is violating his status and returning to this country. He escaped violence in Honduras, just the same way that my great-grandmother escaped violence and persecution in Austria, and we welcome him here. Immigrants built the fabric of this country, and Baltimore is a place that will continue to welcome them.
You know, it's pretty unbelievable that you would compare ICE, federal immigration authorities, to the Nazis.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
Yeah, this is a stunning and bizarre twist that hopefully brings to the end what has been a series of scares at Jewish community centers, at other Jewish locations across this country and frankly around the globe. The FBI now confirms to NBC News that an 18-year-old dual U.S.-Israeli citizen living in Israel is suspected of being the individual, perhaps the only individual, behind those threats.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
1-844-500-4242. That is the toll-free number if you would like to join us this hour and every hour on the Howie Carr Show. 1-844-500-4242. And Paul, the UPS guy in Lowell, says that he wants to know, where am I going to have a book signing near Lowell? At a Market Basket. Paul, the UPS guy from Lowell, go to HowieCarrShow.com and click on Kennedy Babylon, and you'll see the list of book signings that I'm going to be doing at various Market Baskets. I think there are about 20 of them, and I know we got one in the Lowell area, probably in Tewksbury or Chelmsford, someplace like that. I made sure we have one in Lowell. And we have some in southern New Hampshire as well. So check that out. Paul, the UPS guy, also says that he listened to the podcast that I did with Kirk Minahan from WEEI. And he said it was a good conversation. I think it was a good conversation, too. It runs about an hour. If you want to hear me talking about Kennedy Babylon and other subjects as well, go to weei.com and you can listen to my conversation, the podcast with Kirk Minahan.
Should probably also let people know that you're going to be on Reddit again tomorrow.
Yeah, I will be on Reddit answering questions about Kennedy Babylon. That's fun to be on Reddit, really. It's a weird thing, but it goes down like it's like being on a highway. And you can go down a million different routes, and some of the routes are less traveled. You know, like if you ask somebody about, I don't know, Edward Moore, the guy Ted Kennedy was named after. And then if you go down Marilyn Monroe, obviously that's an eight-lane highway. You know, everybody wants to know about Marilyn Monroe. But so I'll be answering questions starting at 11 o'clock on Reddit for a good amount of time.
We got you on the front page the last time when we were talking about Whitey Bulger.
Yeah.
And it's the ninth biggest website in the planet.
That's pretty amazing.
Do you think we can get you on the front page with a sexy headline about Ted Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe?
Well, I don't think Ted Kennedy.
Well, I'm just thinking, what's the sexiest thing we can work into the headline?
Well, yeah, I know. I suggested earlier Ted Kennedy tried to put my newspaper out of business because of me, but you didn't think that was that sexy. People don't care about that, I guess. They don't care about newspapers, do they?
No, I don't think they care about newspapers.
So I cared. How about they also tried to put the New York Post out of business too, and I just wrote a column for them every once a year or so, but that was going too, along with my newspaper, the Boston Herald. But anyway, we'll figure out some headline, and so check it out. You can check it out on Reddit tomorrow, and again, check out that podcast with Kirk Minahan, and you can buy the book at HowieCarrShow.com. Click on Kennedy Babylon, and it's available at bookstores all over the place. Wellesley Books, Bookends in Winchester, the gift shop at Mass General, and the other gift shop at the outpatient, the Yawkey Shop. It's at Mass General, and also at the Leahy Clinic, and soon to be available again, sold out currently at the Palm Beach Bookstore in Palm Beach. Anyway, wanted to talk this hour. Well, first I should say this: the House Speaker. This is too funny. Worried Speaker names appointees to Trump group. I read the headline first, didn't look at what was above it, and I thought it was talking about Ryan. He's a worried Speaker, no doubt about it. And they're talking about the unindicted co-conspirator, House Speaker Robert DeLeo from Massachusetts. In an unusual move, 9 House Democrats have been appointed to a working group that a worried Speaker, Robert DeLeo, that says will provide guidance on how to respond to unprecedented actions of the Trump administration. At its core, this group is tasked with finding practical ways to safeguard our residents and our economy in a way that works for each corner of the Commonwealth, especially if you don't work. They didn't say that. I threw in that last bit about especially if you don't work, but that's what it means. While I'm deeply worried by the actions of the Trump administrations, Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply worried by your corruption. I'm deeply worried by the fact that you weren't indicted. I'm deeply worried that you were only named as an unindicted co-conspirator in the probation department scandal a couple of years ago. While I'm deeply worried by the actions of the Trump administration, I believe that Massachusetts can maintain its national leadership and become a model during these troubling times. Has the statute of limitations expired yet on all of the crimes that he may or may not have committed? We need to get a good U.S. attorney into Boston, into the Eastern District of Massachusetts, so that perhaps we can continue the prosecution or restart the potential prosecution of the unindicted co-conspirator, Robert DeLeo of Winthrop, formerly of East Boston, high school classmate at Boston Latin of Thomas Felon Finneran, a convicted felon, House Speaker, class of 1967. That was a very corrupt class, obviously, at Boston Latin High School.
Now we grow up, drop dead.
Oh, you dropped dead. Got your law license back yet? Oh.
I think Howie's really squealing like a pig because he bullies everybody.
He's built like a pig.
He's built like a weasel. A bald weasel. All right. Okay. Now, we're going to talk about these terrible rapes and assaults and murders that have been committed by illegal aliens, and it just gets worse and worse by the day. Now you know about maybe you don't know if you watch only MSNBC or CNN or one of the broadcast network newscasts, you don't know anything about this. But the Rockville, Maryland rape case, the 2 illegal aliens, the 17-year-old from El Salvador, the 18-year-old from Guatemala. They were freshmen, believe it or not, at Rockville High School in Maryland, which is an upscale suburb just north of D.C. And they dragged the 14-year-old girl into the men's room in a secluded part of the high school a week ago today, and they repeatedly raped and et cetera her. And this is a monstrous story, but there's so many other stories here that we have. And here's another story. Man deported 4 times, charged in attack on 2-year-old girl, brutal stabbings of her mom and another woman in brutal 5-hour crime spree. This is a guy who is an admitted member of the MS-13 gang. That's from El Salvador. And he was first deported in September of 2006 and most recently in December of 2011. So what he does, he's charged now with sexually assaulting a 2-year-old child. And then after sexually assaulting the 2-year-old baby, he went out to this bar and got in a dispute with a woman over a marijuana deal. This is on Long Island in New York. 24 years old, the woman. And when she left the bar, this guy, Alvarado Ventura, allegedly confronted her in the parking lot, started punching and kicking her, then stabbed her multiple times in the back thigh and mouth. So then he goes back to the house where the 2-year-old lives, and the girlfriend, who's the mother of the 2-year-old child, sees that her daughter has had severe injuries, and she confronts him about it, and he stabs her repeatedly. So he's been arrested now on charges of predatory child sexual assault, attempted murder, assault, and other crimes. And this is just a few days after a Guatemalan illegal alien a few miles away in Stamford, Connecticut, was charged with raping a 2-year-old girl. A 2-year-old girl. And that was in Stamford, Connecticut. Connecticut is a sanctuary state. And this was done on the same day. He's 19. This is the same day the guy was supposed to be at a immigration hearing in Hartford, Connecticut. And he told the police that he felt lonely and wanted to be with a woman. Okay? Now, okay, these are all outside the state of Massachusetts, but we've got some here in Massachusetts as well. I just went by the Herald, I went by our Boston affiliate, WRKO, yesterday because I had to do the interview with Kirk Minahan for the podcast, so I picked up my mail. And somebody had sent me a clip. Someone sent me a few clips, actually. This was from the Nantucket newspaper, the Inquirer and Mirror. Island man gets 2 years probation for sex assault. A sex assault, you get probation? There's only one kind of island man that gets probation for a sex assault. That's somebody who's not really from the island. Julio de Ras, 36. It's not in the paper. They actually have a pretty good story, but they don't say, what his immigration status is. Guess where he's from? He's from the same place as this guy from Long Island is from. And one of the rapists in Rockville, Maryland, El Salvador. He's in protective status. So that means he's applying to be a refugee or something. He is admitted to sexually assaulting an 18-year-old woman with the mental capacity of a 4-year-old. And for that's a felony. A felony. He got 2 years probation. Police interviewed DeRoss, who said, quote, he knew she had special needs, but that, quote, he was lonely and wanted a girlfriend. That's the same thing as as the one in Stanford, the illegal alien in Stanford said. He wanted a girlfriend, so he picked a 2-year-old. This one picks an 18-year-old with the mind of a 4-year-old. He had an interpreter at the hearing. And he gets probation, so he's still walking around Nantucket. Can you afford to live on Nantucket? Half the people who grew up on Nantucket can't afford to live there. This guy from El Salvador is living there. He's now a convicted felon, and they haven't deported him. ICE has now been called. So I think he may soon be gone. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. But I got more of these things. So we're going to talk about this illegal alien crime wave. But I got more to get to here. Not just in Mass. I got another one in Worcester, actually, that I want to get to. And then I got some in Colorado and elsewhere. 1-844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
Hello out there. Incredibly bad Christopher Walken impersonator here. A lot of companies have these zany mission statements that sound like they were written by a bunch of pinheads sitting in an ivory tower somewhere, chock full of claptrap about process solutions and commitments to constituencies and long-term strategies, another such falderall. And frankly, it's doubtful anyone who works there even knows what's in it, except perhaps the pinheads that wrote it. My friends, if you don't know where you're going, how will you know if you're lost? Matthews Brothers doesn't have an ivory tower, and I'm fairly certain they have some kind of unwritten rule about hiring pinheads. Their company mission statement is 4 words: consistently superior customer service. They call it WOW customer service, and it's the shining beacon that guides these Matthews brothers and sisters through their daily endeavors. You can see the results of this singular commitment to wicked awesomeness, but only at better lumberyards and window professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers, 1T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
Jewelry cleaner is. It's so easy to use. I just put my jewelry in the aquasonic, put it in the dishwasher. It comes out unbelievably clean. I expected my jewelry might look a little better, but I was shocked, really shocked to see how shiny and clean my jewelry was. My husband thought I bought new jewelry. The aquasonic wave really works. I absolutely love it.
Order your Aquasonic Wave jewelry cleaner today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. That's HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
President Trump is cleaning up Washington, but the media and Barack Obama want to stop him. They've declared total war against him. Now, David Horowitz's Big Agenda reveals Obama's secret plan to destroy Trump. Rush Limbaugh says you must read Big Agenda. Newsmax calls it the best Trump book yet. Get Big Agenda, a #1 bestseller, or check out our free offer. Call 800-NEWSMAX, 800-NEWSMAX, or go online at bigagenda411.com. That's bigagenda411.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible. So Uma is getting classified secrets. She's married to Anthony Weiner, who's a perv. No, he is.
I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
And then the next day, he'll be called by special interests that supported him, his lobbyists who push him around like a piece of candy.
We have heads being chopped off because they're Christian in the Middle East. We have borders where people are being killed all over. The world is cracking up, and they're worried about my tone.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck, when you get charged with committing a fake hate crime? Will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
He says it because he means it. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Old New England Soap, made with 37% goat's milk, almost twice as much as others. Old New England Soap will give you a rich, foamy lather that is good for your skin and contains no chemicals or alcohol. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. Old New England Soap. Proudly made in Wolfboro, New Hampshire. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Does Representative Adam Schiff have non-circumstantial evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia?
No, he does not.
95% agree with you, Howie. And by the way, have you answered Grace's poll question?
What's that?
Would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck?
Was that really asked of Neil Gorsuch?
Yes. It's an internet thing. It's a Reddit thing. You should be prepared to answer it tomorrow. Somebody will probably ask you about it.
I'll think about that then. I have more than 12 hours.
Well, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious. You shouldn't have to think about it long.
Well, I take the small horses.
Of course.
Yeah. You don't want to fight something big. It's always better to fight something small.
And when you're done stomping on them, you can send them to the glue factory.
I think I would run away first. That's my preferred.
You would
flight.
flee. You would flee the duck-sized horses.
Yes,
they're horses, Howie. They're very fast.
I know. Well, I'll try to get away. I'm very fast too. Now that I've taken off 100 pounds. Okay.
Very
anyway,
effective.
1-844-500-4242. What do you think about this illegal alien crime wave? And I'm going to start taking some calls now. But I haven't finished with what I've got. I've got so much stuff here. Janet, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Janet.
Hi, Howie.
Hi.
Got a question for you. I don't know if you heard, but our small little town just north of Hanover, New Hampshire, where the Dartmouth College is,
right,
Lyme, New Hampshire, is now considered a sanctuary city.
Yeah, the town anyway,
And
sanctuary town. Yeah. Yeah, I guess there are three of them.
I can't believe it. They don't even report the crime in the town, let alone what's going to happen now.
If it becomes a sanctuary, they'll be reporting crime, or at least there'll be plenty of crime being committed. That's for sure. But this is what you call virtue signaling, Janet. I heard this on Mark Stein today when he was sitting in for Rush Limbaugh, and he said all these three towns, they're all very affluent. No illegal alien can afford to live in any of these towns, right?
Well, they only have one police officer in Lyme.
Oh my God!
That's it.
He's going to be getting a lot of overtime when these people start moving into the community and looking for their 2-year-old girlfriends and 3-year-old girlfriends. You know?
It upsets me because I'm a nurse at the medical center, and it just really upsets me.
I don't blame you, Janet. I'd be upset too. But again, this is a town meeting. You know, I wonder if they're going to try this crap in Wellesley. On the town meeting. Our town meeting starts, and I'll be there on Monday night. I hope they don't. I'll definitely be standing up for this.
Yeah, and that'll go over just about
this.
as well as you stop in the senior center.
I'll do my best, though. That's all I can do. I never make any promises. I just say I'll try. I will attempt to stop this, and I never promise to do anything. I just promise to try to stop things. That's my goal. 1-844-500-4242. We'll be back. We'll take a lot of your calls, and I'll tell you about this case in Worcester. Another gentleman who was born in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Stop me if you've heard this one before. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
Donald Duck comics were banned from Finland because he doesn't wear pants. Pirates wore earrings because they believed it improved their eyesight. Cockroaches can live for several weeks with their heads cut off because their brains are located inside their body. More than 60,000 people are flying over the United States in an airplane right now. A church in the Czech Republic has a chandelier made entirely of human bones. Ooh. Our eyes are always the same size from birth, but our nose and ears never stop growing. The elephant is the only animal that can't jump. ATMs were originally thought to be failures because the only users were prostitutes and gamblers who didn't want to deal with tellers face to face. It takes about 3,000 cows to supply enough leather for the NFL for only 1 year.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
It's great to be here with 1,000 wonderful people, or as I call it, a small, intimate dinner with some friends. Or as Hillary calls it, her largest crowd of the season. I have no doubt that Hillary is going to laugh quite a bit tonight, sometimes even at an appropriate moment. You know, last night I called Hillary a nasty woman. But this stuff is all relative. After listening to Hillary rattle on and on and on, I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore.
This is the Howie Carr Show. Have you seen Howie's latest t-shirts and sweatshirts? Grab one now at HowieCarrshow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by General Communications. Not all cloud-based telephone systems are created equal. Don't settle for just any system. Do what I did and call General Communications. They'll design the perfect cloud-based phone system from ShoreTel or Toshiba. Call 1-800-4-GENERAL or click on the General Communications ad at HowieCarrshow.com.
Howie, CNN just had on Elijah Cummings. Do you know how many times he was asked about the Rockville rape?
0.
You guessed it.
Yeah.
He's a representative for Maryland, for those who don't know.
I know. He doesn't represent Rockville, obviously. He represents Baltimore. But, still, you would think it would be apropos to the conversation, wouldn't you? But again, they're giving it a good leaving alone. Bill O'Reilly, God bless him, last night, that was his talking point, that the fact that they had never, these other networks have never mentioned it. Why won't they mention? This is a major story, and it's symptomatic. This is happening all over the United States. 781, walking around on probation for rape. This is the real war on women being raised by the politically correct fascists. Their concern for women evaporates when it comes to illegal, just as their concerns for gays go out the window when it comes to Islamo-fascists who murder gays. Excuse me. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah. These small New Hampshire towns voted to become sanctuary cities today, and no one can afford to live there. 1-844-500-4242. We've just added a new Kennedy Babylon show in the Springfield, Mass. area. It's happening at the East Mountain Country Club in Westfield, Mass. on Friday, June 9th. Plenty of parking there. I've been there before. It's a great venue, East Mountain Country Club in Westfield, Mass. You can get tickets to this Kennedy Babylon show and all the others at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon. Now, I wanted to read you this before we go back to the phone lines. We got full lines here. I wanted to read you this story about what happened in Worcester. Police said a DNA match in the February death of a 49-year-old woman on Congress Street led them to a 54-year-old Worcester man. A Worcester man. Now charged in the killing. The woman was Sandra Buffy here, was a middle school instructional assistant in Worcester. She was strangled. Jose Melendez is now under arrest. He has a long criminal record and several aliases. How many American citizens do you know that have aliases?
You've got aliases.
Well, but I'm not your run-of-the-mill American citizen. I'm a criminal. My FBI file dates back to when I was 23 years old. Captain Bradley, Coos,
Trash Man.
Yeah, I have a few aliases.
And now Ibn al-Tartar.
Police arrested him on an outstanding warrant out of Lynn District Court, according to prosecutors. So they took a DNA sample and they matched it to an unsolved 2000 rape in Worcester. A 2000 rape. In addition to the case out of Lynn, Senor Melendez has outstanding cases in New York and Florida. He is known by the aliases Jose Segura, Jose Alvarado. Charges pending against Senor Melendez in Central District Court include heroin distribution charge dating back to 1997. Why is it pending from 1990? That was 20 years ago. How could it still be pending? This is from the Worcester Telegram. And 2016 charges of marijuana possession and giving a false name to a police officer. Giving a false name to a police officer, aliases. He has a court-appointed lawyer. Oh, there's another. That's three strikes right there. I called the court-appointed lawyer today. I said, "Is your client an illegal alien?" I have not received a phone call back. But I have discovered, I found the application for a criminal complaint that was filed by the Worcester PD. He was born in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. I mean, it doesn't end. It doesn't end. And DeLeo, the unindicted co-conspirator House Speaker, is worried about what Trump is going to do. Maybe Trump is going to deport some of these people, like the guy on the Cape. Somebody else said his daughter was attacked by a MS-13 gang member on Nantucket 2 years ago from El Salvador. He was arrested by the police, but once we started doing the court stuff, it was like it never happened. They walk free on Nantucket today. They sure do. They sure do. This same column where I got the original story about the island man, you know, the rapist who raped the 18-year-old with the mind of a 4-year-old. We have get the bugle ready. This is the police. This is the district court report. Alonzo Clarendo charged with unlicensed operation of a motor vehicle. Jose Lamas Tejada, 42, unlicensed operation of a motor vehicle. These cases are all dismissed. You just pay court costs, and the charge is automatically dismissed. Francisco Rosales, unlicensed operation of a motor vehicle, charge dismissed on payment of $100 in court costs. There's no law for these people. You know, they're not held accountable for anything they do. Ron, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Ron.
Hey, Howie, how are you today?
Good.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to call and thank you for what you do. You do a great job with what you got going on there, and Steve and Grace do a great job for you too.
Thank you.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about the thing in Baltimore.
Yes.
I saw that a little excerpt from the Tucker Carlson show, and he was talking to the guy from South Baltimore or what have you.
Right.
I just wanted to reach through the screen and wring that guy's neck. The way he's talking about how the parents were. He was embarrassed how the parents were touting, the actions against their child by the illegal aliens, and saying that they shouldn't be doing it, in the national news. So. I mean, it's just unbelievable how this stuff is going on with these moonbats.
I know. How could the whole Maryland Assembly, Ron, pass a legislation making the state a sanctuary state after this horrific crime occurred in Maryland? I mean, you'd think it would sober them up. It would wise them up. Listen, we'll play the cut. It's a long cut. But this is Tucker Carlson last night. What is this guy? Is he a state rep, an assemblyman?
He's a Baltimore city councilor, Zeke Cohen.
Oh, he's a city councilor. Okay, so they're defending the sanctuary policies in the Baltimore Oriole state of Maryland.
His only history is violating his status and returning to this country. He escaped violence in Honduras, just the same way that my great-grandmother escaped violence and persecution in Austria, and we welcome him here. Immigrants built the fabric of this country, and Baltimore is a place that will continue to welcome them.
It's pretty unbelievable that you would compare ICE, federal immigration authorities, to the Nazis, which you just in effect did, and you did explicitly yesterday, when they're enforcing laws that would have prevented this heinous crime. Would you say that to the parents of the girl who was raped? These are Nazis, these Americans who are enforcing immigration laws? Why would you say something like that?
So I extend my full sympathy to these parents. What they've been through is horrific.
Right.
And to trot their crime out publicly is really kind of shameful, Tucker. And I think that the politics you're engaging in is
Their daughter
this
was
sort of
raped.
Willie Horton-style race-baiting dog whistle where,
wait a second. Who invented Willie Horton? We have to go through this every time. This is like the birther thing. The birther thing was invented by Democrats. Willie Horton, this was the guy who was released on a weekend furlough from a Massachusetts prison. He goes down to Maryland and rapes a woman and stabs her husband. And somehow Al Gore finds out about it and makes it an issue in the New York primary in 1988 against Michael Stanley Dukakis, the governor of Massachusetts. And George Bush picks it up later on, or a super PAC picks it up. George Bush never even made an ad about it. The super PAC made an ad about it, about Willie Horton, and he was black. But it had nothing to do with being black. It had to do with the fact that Michael Dukakis was weak on crime. He let the rifleman's brother go, too. And he ran down to Maryland. They caught him in Maryland, too. Maryland's always been weak on crime. God, go back to it.
Tucker. And I think that the politics you're engaging in is this sort of Willie Horton-style race-baiting
Willie Horton.
dog whistle where, you know, we don't blame entire groups of people for the heinous acts of a few. For example, we're not after Dylan Roof murdered 9 people in a church in South Carolina. We don't say that all white people are terrorists.
Slow down. I'm not saying that all Hispanics are terrorists. I'm not saying anything like that. You're the one who explicitly compared federal immigration authorities to Nazis. Who's using the dog whistle here? Who's making demagogic statements? They're Nazis?
And he also called the parents of the girl that was raped in Rockville shameful. How dare he? That is obscene to say something like that. That girl's life will never be the same. And he says that to complain about it, to complain about the fact that this guy's hero, Obama, had a catch and release policy that allowed these 2 savages from Central America to come up here and rape some poor girl, 17 and 18-year-old freshmen at Rockville High, and that's shameful to call out the disgraceful policies of the prior administration, the fact that they don't care about the safety of American citizens. Go ahead. You want to play a little more?
You're calling fellow American citizens Nazis for enforcing federal law passed by Congress? Are you really an office holder? Why would you say something like that?
Yeah. 781 says Waltham has stopped publishing its police log because it's always 90% illegals. Well, it looks like it's getting to that. It's getting near that point on Nantucket, believe it or not. Nantucket. Does John Forbes Kerry know this? Maybe that's why the mansion down there on Hurlburt Avenue is for sale. There goes the neighborhood. 1-844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
5,318.
I have her in the same car with me?
Yeah.
With that nasty ring? I'm going to be walking home now, you know.
The reading is 4,767. And here's a chart which explains what the different levels mean.
What'd you say mine was?
4,767.
So worse than filthy. I mean, I never imagined it would be dirtier than a toilet seat, so that's pretty disgusting. Oh my God.
But,
oh my God.
Hi, this is David Bellman, inventor of the aquasonic wave. I've tested hundreds of rings, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces, and over 95% of the time, I get a bacteria reading higher than a public toilet seat. In addition to massive amounts of bacteria, the dirt and grime that builds up on your jewelry diminishes its beauty. Diamonds stop sparkling, colored gemstones look washed out and lifeless, gold and silver looks dull. Look, everything we wear in our bodies gets cleaned on a daily basis, except our jewelry. Why, you ask? It's simple. No one ever told us to clean it. We've been conditioned to put our jewelry on our bodies and forget about it. We need to break that nasty habit. We need to start cleaning our jewelry like we clean everything else we wear and everything we touch. And the aquasonic wave makes it so easy. First, place your jewelry in the aquasonic wave. It can hold up to 8 items of jewelry. Add 1 packet of antibacterial gel to kill 99% of all harmful bacteria. Now, place the wave on the top or bottom rack of your dishwasher with your dishes, and you're done. When the dish
He's 12 years older than I, because you would say he's 12 years older than I am. You wouldn't say he's 12 years older than me am. I wish you would learn English. Go to Mexico, learn English, then climb over this wall that's not going to be built and paid for. Bye. Have you tried the Donald Trump sandwich yet? It's bologna with Russian dressing, a tiny pickle on white. Do you really think everyone of voting age has a driver's license? That shows what an idiot you are. Do you think somebody 97 who wants to vote has a driver's license? You're an idiot. You're the biggest idiot.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Traveling around New England? Wherever you go, Howie's there. Find Howie's list of stations at HowieCarrShow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
And I think that the politics you're engaging in is this sort of Willie Horton-style race-baiting, dog whistle.
The worst thing he said was that it was shameful for the parents to step out there, though. That's the most outrageous thing that he said. And I hope they deport this guy on Nantucket back to El Salvador from whence he came. And it can be done. I'm holding in my hand a story from Breitbart. Feds deport fugitive child molester to El Salvador. This was in Williamsburg, Virginia. How about this one? 19-year-old arrested after two teens found dead in Colorado. A man is under arrest in connection with the deaths of two teenagers whose bodies were found on the shoulder of a rural Colorado road. Gustav Marquez, 19. And he's got tattoos all over his face. The tattoo across his face says Santa Muerta, Holy Death in Spanish, a skeleton folk saint often associated with violence and drug trafficking. He's also charged with assault and kidnapping in February in nearby Fountain. Meanwhile, in New Jersey, federal authorities arrested a 28-year-old man in Kearney Monday morning after a months-long investigation determined he was selling highly addictive drugs online. Chukwumaka Okparaki is charged.
I think I went to high school with a few Okparakis.
Is he one of the Parakis from Deering in Portland? I know him. I know
his uncle, right?
I used to go out with his sister.
He's American as apple pie.
There's not even a mention of this guy's immigration. Neither of these guys, one in Colorado, one in New Jersey. Where is the curiosity here? Bill, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Bill.
Howie, for 6 months out of the year in 85, 86, 87, I worked for the big company that used to own the White Elephant Hotel. I've been going back there ever since.
Nantucket. This is on Nantucket.
In the 80s. Yeah, Nantucket, pardon me. And I lived in those dorms that you may be familiar with around the corner from the Elephant.
Yeah.
Fast forward to 2017. I'm a Waltham-based real estate agent. I have a $20 million listing right next door to the White Elephant Hotel, even though I'm based in Waltham. Went out there Saturday, got there early, and roamed over to my old dorms. And there were some workers there. They let me in. And in the context of that showing, he said, hey, did you hear about the kidnap, murder, rape and murder that took place here a few years ago? I went, no, at the dorms.
Wow.
At the White Elephant Hotel. I've looked everywhere for it. But, yeah, it's just shocking how that has changed.
And that's
out there.
just right around the White Elephant is right around the corner from where Kerry lives, right?
My listing is 46 Easton Street, Nantucket, for $19.75 million. Our dear former senator lives down the street on the left on Hulbert Avenue. Exactly. Yeah, Brant Point. It's really quite a place. But the whole area, the whole climate there has changed quite a bit lately. Forget about Hyannis. That's totally shot.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate. It really is an island paradise, and you got all these illegal aliens running around. And again, they're check out the police blotter or the in this case the court blotter, and they're all getting suspended sentences. What would happen to you or me, Bill, if we rode around without a driver's license all the time? You think we'd get it continued without a finding? I don't think so. Thanks for the call, Bill. Hope good luck with your sale in the spring when the season starts. I guess it started now. Tom, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Just wanted to quick point. New Hampshire laws are what they call permissive, because if the law does not give a town permission to do something, they can't do it. So, if you understand what I'm saying, they can pass a law that says that we're a sanctuary city.
Right.
But the police chief is going to get one big payout when he says, I'm sorry, I'm obeying the law.
And you know what they could say to him, Tom? They could say, you're fired, police chief. Right?
Yep, and you're going to get one big payout.
I'm not sure the police chief will say, though, that he's not going to I'm not going to obey your orders. I'm going to enforce the law. I mean, is the police chief in L.A. doing that? No, he stands next to the mayor and says, "Oh no, we're not going to arrest any of these nice young gangbangers that just came in from El Salvador yesterday and are shopping for a gun in a car with stolen license plates." Back tomorrow. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.